ba ko ne so yo ku respond ya ko mu respond
Okay.
so may soto e photo be na mala pi
Jeno mula pika.
alhamdulillah nga ala tan moyo ko na abe holan fa ala kiri bol ki nyina ka jo ba ka ni ya ko
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our public hearings. Imam, you have the floor. If you can offer some prayers, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Rabbana innana amanna. فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وقنا عذاب النار الصابرين والصادقين والقانتين والمنفقين والمستغفرين بالإسحار شهد الله أنه لا إله وملائكته وأولو العلم قائما بالقسط لا إله إلا هو العزيز الحكيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين الحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Ameen. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God of power and might, the creator, the sustainer, and the preserver of all humankind, created in your image and in your likeness, and planted in every nation of the world, we continue to ask for your divine mercy, particularly at this COVID time on nations that are going through difficult times. We do ask that the vaccines that have been circulated in nations will be sanctified by you and be made efficacious. But you are the healer. We pray that by your healing and miraculous wonder-working power, that you heal and grant each and every human being living in every nation of the world a complete, clean bill of health. And we continue to bring before you the witnesses that will come before this commission today. And we do pray that you shall grant them the boldness to be able to speak the truth. And grant the commission also the discerning spirit to discern between truth and falsehood. We continue to pray for the population of this nation, the Gambia, the diaspora, and the international community as well. We do ask that you shall grant them extraordinary patience to allow the due process to take its proper course. This we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bishop Odiko. Council, if you're ready with this morning's witness, you may proceed, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and members of the audience. We're ready with this morning's witnesses, but before we call them, may I indicate that we are changing moving from the institutional hearing of the justice sector institutions to some regional hearings where we examine human rights violations that may have occurred in certain regions of the Gambia. And we do so because we want the TRRC hearings to be as extensive as possible and to cover almost the entire country. So today we would hear from witnesses from Jambanjeli. And in so doing, we want to focus more on violations that affect communities rather than violations that happen only against individuals. But it of course depends on what is available out there. The investigations are working assiduously to get us the kind of material that we're looking for. But now and again, because we have not quite finished the institutional hearings on the justice sector, now and again we may go back there depending on the availability of witnesses. We're hoping that a representative or two from the judiciary would talk about the experiences of the judges. So that would be an important part of our hearing on the justice sector institutions. And we are also expecting that we will receive a statement from one of the justice sector NGOs that operate in West Africa. We would tell us about their experiences fighting human rights violations that occurred during the Jammeh regime. So all these hearings are yet to come. But for today, we're moving away from the justice sector institutional hearings to the regional hearings, where we would hear from witnesses from Jambanjeli. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Maria Masingate would lead that.
A good explanation, Emma. Thank you, Emma, for that. You may continue, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Kambi, can you kindly bring the witnesses in?
I Seku Bayo.
Nte Seku Bayo.
I Seku Bayo.
Nte Seku Bayo.
Nte Seku Bayo.
Do swear that.
Benkalilako.
I'll speak the truth.
Mbetonyale fola.
The whole truth.
Tonya damma.
And nothing but the truth.
Ndunte fem fola memmanke tonyade.
So help me God.
Woto alama alayendema.
Amen. I, Lamin Dabo.
Nte Lamin Dabo.
Do swear that.
Benkalilako.
I'll speak the truth.
Mbetonyale fola.
The whole truth.
Tonya damma.
And nothing but the truth.
Nte fem fola memmanke tonyade.
So help me God.
Woto alama alayendema.
I, Abdullah Samba.
Nte Abdullah Samba.
Do swear that.
Benkalilako.
I'll speak the truth.
Mbetonyale fola.
The whole truth.
Tonya damma.
And nothing but the truth.
Nte fem fola memmanke tonyade.
So help me God.
Woto alama alayendema.
Amen.
Good morning, witnesses.
Alsama Sedolu.
Welcome to the TRRC.
Bismillah la TRRC.
As you already know, my name is Mariama Singate. And I'll be leading you on behalf of the Commission this morning. as you have agreed to willingly participate in the TRRC process,
mala men alfangol sonta ko alda bulala TRRC la do ko nyin kono le
I have the duty to inform you that you are to speak the truth and nothing but the truth.
to nyin keta nyim mun kan lonkundo dunole pour ka fale ko nyim mal fanan kan lonkundo dunole pour ale to nyafo.
Giving false or misleading evidence to the TRRC is an offense.
kuma soto balo fo TRRC nyati ngola jam wo mu kulere mi alon ko luwati nyalem
That is punishable under Gambian law and under the TRRC Act.
andun kuluro wala belari nga ala kardanta wala ni me atra moy kuma soto balo fo TRRC nyati ngola jam.
Or today,
Rubi sio
you are here to tell us about the incident of 14th December 2004.
bi tengal besio melo ja wala nyinti kolla me alon ko wala kita December karo kono 2004 sango kono.
We would want to know the history
belafla kalon tarikol
behind this particular dispute,
nyin nyo wali on me alon ko wala kita ko nyin kono.
events that led up to the dispute,
Kulla men nara na sababu nyin wali on nyinna.
what actually transpired between the community and the PIU officers on that day,
Mon nara na sababu kulla men keta sato silalo anin nyim paral tema.
the massive arrest of community members,
Mutarola me alon ko mutare siari ngo me alon ko wala kita kala nyin sate mol kan.
the torture meted out on you during your detention at the PIU headquarters in Kanifing,
Tajire ya me alon ko wala kita tol dol me alon ko muta molne ye men kela pia paral la dinkira to membe kanifing.
your subsequent remand at the Mile 2 Central Prison,
Inata nal bondi je yal samba kasi bungo to.
and the impact of this particular incident on the community of Jambanjeli.
Andung hanin kabi mutaro nyin kabra keta nyim molla natana mun kole ya kullel sabu sate molla membe jambanjeli sate kono.
As you are testifying as a group,
Tumala men albali ya Allah la sedan do nyin alba di kan nyokan.
I will be asking you individual questions,
Be karla nyinin karal kunkilin na nyinin karo la na wato sida.
and in so doing, I'll call out your name so that you know that the question is directed at you.
Andum be kala nyame wala nyimdi ko ninga tra nyinin karo nyimbe nyinin karo be momo nyinin kala be tole kuman lay saje se nyinin karo nyin jabi.
I will also ask general questions,
Wato do be nyinin karo nyinin kala me alon ko ba kuno fanundilale.
so do feel free to raise your hand if you feel that you can answer it.
Si fan so do ninga tra nyinin karo me alon ko nga kuno fanundile ninga tra mo jabi so to nyinin kar sifa si bulo wulne do yo nyinin kar sifa jabi.
This is so that to ensure that your testimony is properly coordinated.
Nying mu kere nyimu nyalti do isaje nyin kamala ko alla sedan dro nyin albe men dila sala ni nyala me alon ko abe la kulale.
And the story is clear for everyone to understand.
Andu ibaje albe kuma ko men fanam fola be kala mo be kulet me alon ko ba faham la bidu ne ko sondo mol kono.
So we can start now.
Silence sedan dro nyin damuta.
I'll start from the first person.
Ba damuta la mo folo nyin na.
Can you kindly tell us your name?
Itoni konto mo fanya ba.
Dotomo Abdoulaye Sambaleti.
My name is Abdoulaye Samba.
When and where were you born?
Wuluta mintole ande wuluta sanjuma Abdoulaye.
Wuluta 1959 le.
I was born in 1959.
Wuluta Jambanjeli.
And I was born in Jambanjeli.
Do you have any formal education?
Ye londi karan kala ba tumba karan ba.
Ntata nung karambongoto le nga Jambanjeli Primary School kele.
Yes, I went to the Jambanjeli Primary School.
Mbota je ntata Armitage.
From there, I went to Armitage School.
In what year did you go to Armitage School?
Sanjuma la mitata Armitage karammoto.
Ntata Armitage 1974 le.
I went to Armitage in 1974.
And in what year did you graduate from Armitage?
Sanjuma la yela karamon kumfa Armitage
Graduated in 1979 le.
I graduated from Armitage School in 1979.
After graduating from Armitage School, did you proceed to further your education?
Biriela karamon kumfa Armitage karamon ndo fa inara na karamon ka tendendi kata londi la fala la doro ba.
Ane manta dula doto ndanta olto.
That's where I stopped with my education. I didn't go to anywhere to further my education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samba.
Numbarabake, Mr. Samba.
This question is directed at the second person.
Sila nyini karo bira mo fulanja nyine ya.
Can you kindly tell us your name?
Ito ni konta mo fonye bang.
Lamin Dabo.
My name is Lamin Dabo.
Just slant the mic a bit.
My
if you're answering the question. Thank you. Very much.
My name is Lamin Dabo.
Can you tell us when and where you were born?
Isa fono nya bang iwuluta mintola and iwuluta sanjuma la fanana.
Uluta Jambanjel.
I was born in Jambanjeli
1969.
in 1969.
Do you have any formal education?
Itu abu karango kela bang.
Nga karango kela.
Yes, I went to school.
Can you please give us a brief background of your education with dates?
What is sutun kondron kumala sutun kan fa isila lalon karango nya ya damura damen isa fono nya bang ni lungol nya ni atra hakilo samuda no.
Nga kumas Jambanjel.
I started at Jambanjeli.
Botaje ndada Gunjur in 1985.
I went to Gunjur in 1985.
Gunjur Secondary Technical School.
It was the Gunjur Secondary Technical School.
Up to 1989.
I was there up to 1989.
Thereafter, did you further your education?
Okola fo inarna londi la fa fanan kele kotan keba.
Ani man now chance to no.
I didn't get the chance to follow my education.
Thank you very much.
Inumbarabake.
Now this question is directed to the third person. Can you please kindly tell the commission your names and when and where you were born?
Nyinin karro bita mo sabanda nyon nyinne ya. Faisi to ini konton fono nye bang ani wuluta sanjuma la ni wuluta minto le fana.
My name is Sekubayo.
Wuluta Jambanjeli.
I was born in Jambanjeli
1954.
in 1954.
Do you have any formal education?
No.
No, I didn't go to school.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bayo, can you kindly tell us what you do for a living?
Mr. Bayo, fa isa fono nya ikamuneke ikabalu menna bang.
Dem farmer lady.
I am a farmer.
How about you, Mr. Dabo?
Mr. Dabo dung, Lamin Dabo.
Kabin jira school nga doko start janale Gambega.
When I left school, I started working for a white man's company called Gambega.
How about you, Mr. Samba? Can you tell us what you do for a living?
Mr. Samba no ita fana dung ikabalu muna la ikamuna doko ke ikabalu menna.
Yes, 1982 ndunta nung police le.
In the year of 1982, I joined the police department.
Gambia Police Force.
The Gambia Police Force.
1987,
in 1987, my father decided to withdraw me from the police force. He told me to go and join him in his business. That's the business I continue doing up to now.
This question goes to all of you. You may indicate by raising your hand if you wish to answer. Is there anyone among you who serves in the Village Development Committee?
Nyinin kardo bital mo bele ka nga kono fanundile wala nyinti ko atol mo sabol nyimbe kono fo mo bal kono ba me yalon ko ay do ko ke sa tewla yirwande kafo nyindo bang ikaf me VDC.
Yes, Mr. Samba.
Yes.
Ndalamu VDC la Public Relations Officer presently.
Presently, I am the Public Relations Officer of the VDC.
For how long have you served your Village Development Committee?
Itardo sa tewla yirwande kafo nyindo fo wati jelu.
Every 4 years nka changes kele but nga serving ke Village Development Committee kono with different subsequent VDCs.
Every 4 years there are changes, but I have served the VDC with different groups, committees which are part of the VDC.
Can you tell us the year you first started serving your community in the Village Development Committee.
Silam fay sa fono commission e sanjuma lam ya damuta pour ka do ko ke Allah sa te wala yiri wandi kafo committee on nyi ba
1982. It was in 1982.
Since 1982, you have been an active member of the Village Development Committee. Is that correct?
What would you come for a period?
Well, sometimes I take leave of the committee and rest for a period, and later on I'll come back to the committee.
Mr. Dabo, can you kindly tell us about an incident that occurred in Jambanjeli on the 14th of December 2004?
Fo isa fono Mr. Dabo isa fono commission e bang ko la mi alon ko wala ketta Jambanjeli sa do kono December karo tiltang anin nani 2004 son kono.
Nyininkaro la sinna bara man ken defa nyala je bare butu ngami moye mi fonye.
Well, I was not present during when the incident took place, but what I heard from people, what they narrated to me,
wala nyindi ko nawek nim parale nata je.
They said that NAWEC, workers from NAWEC came there with members of the paramilitary force.
Ko nata bolo nyine wutuje.
They said they came there to remove the borehole from the village. They want to take it to another place where there are no boreholes or who are not having a borehole. I was not there. I don't know what sparked the problem, but that's where the problem itself started.
Mr. Samba, since you have served in the Village Development Committee since 1982, that is on and off.
Mr. Samba, tumalamen na ite do kuoke sa te ola yiru wandi committee on yindo kabrin 1982 sang kono.
Can you kindly tell us the history of this community borehole?
Foisi tariko me alon ko wala bette sujiri nyim sa te ola nyim borehole nyinna ba foisa tariko nyim fono nyamba.
Yes, I can narrate some of the history. This borehole, it was during the days or the rule of President Jawara that this borehole was brought to Jambanjeli.
Kumasta ning nisi mindi kolongolella ya kenung purka nisol mindi je inata pompi lulu ke boholo balaje pur molse munafeng wala fanang.
Initially, it was put there just for cattle. It was a cattle drinking point. That's how it started. But later on, they decided to install 5 standpipes there for people of the village to be able to get water from those standpipes. Then there came a time when the standpipes developed a problem. Then at that time there were many people living in the village, and a villager was working at the water resources department. And another project came to the village.
Another water resources in
and this project was brought to the village by the Department of the Water Resources.
Inata ye pompi kuto keje, ye tanki do keje, inata pipeol fe purunga sate okono nga dinkol sing ngesare.
When this new project came to the village, they brought in a new standpipe, and a new tank was installed for the village, and later on they brought in pipes so that these pipes will be laid so that water will be distributed in the whole village.
Pompo kabiringa nga kumasi ka doku ay sanji woro la fo sile.
When we start
mba ayus kang sate okono.
When we installed these taps, it went up to 6, 7, up to 8 years when we were using those standpipes.
Initially nga kenu nyame ngole mu kabiring nga pompi nga pipe sing watu minangi sare sate okono momo lafta dundile la suo kono eka kemele jo kari wo kari.
Initially, when we were installing those standpipes, anyone who wants to have a standpipe in your compound, you pay $100, and we will lay down the pipes which will lead to your compound for you to have your own standpipe inside your compound.
Apart from the $100 contribution towards having a standpipe in each individual compound,
ninga bota yin dalasi ke mola kunkile na kunkila kam na kamenjo puru isaje si jio saba nang ila korda nyin kono.
Did the community make any other contribution towards this particular borehole project?
Sate mol nyin fo ika kafun gandang do fanan kele bang puru nyim boholo la kula bang.
Kantung korda o korda pompo be da men kari wo kari ika kemo min jo. Water committee le ka kafu nyoma.
Yes, because every month, every compound has to pay $100. Those who had standpipes in their compound. Then there was a water committee who will collect that money.
Samba every year amount bijele ikaming samba water resources ikata Georgie.
Every year there is an amount which they take to the water resources department and pay that amount to the department.
Eko puru maintenance fee.
And that's for the maintenance fee.
Wo tatale for ay sanji jamasi.
That went on for many years.
Exactly nta fonola sanji jeldem kantung awato metale.
It was a long time, so this is why I cannot say how many years it took.
Bari lundo sotota water resources la mol fangon nata je meeting ola.
But there was a day when workers from the water resources department came there to have a meeting at the village.
Inata itandina ko alieming jo nyimpompo to sanyi nyimpompo mal taleti.
Then they explained to the villagers that the amount that you have paid on this water project now, these standpipes belong to you.
Owato mbije fo ya jamme tilo nata.
We stayed there like that until when Yaya Jammeh took over the country.
Sando sotota anata je meeting ola.
One year he came to have a meeting at the village.
Sate mol bawo jio buka mol si sate o karakilingo dammale ka jio soto mobe buka soto.
And this water was not enough for the whole village. It's only half of the village who usually get water, but the other half of the village lack water from this project.
Mol nata dani o meeting dulato ko ningse bohol flanjango soto no.
Then people appealed to him at the meeting place. The villagers appealed to him so that we can have a second borehole.
Owatole inata project do fanam fe e borehole flanjangolo.
This was the time when they brought in another project to install a second borehole.
Abreo borehole flanjangolo.
Akoye lamoy ayabulo wulindi yenne.
My apologies.
Okay.
My apologies to you, Mr. Samba.
Mr. Samba,
I should have mentioned that earlier in my introduction.
I
just wanted the others also to contribute to the narrative. Mr. Bayo.
Mr. Bayo.
What kind of meeting did the community approach Yaya Jammeh in and ask for another borehole?
Mum meeting si falem sate moli Yaya Jammeh walim men ka dani puru ay dema puru ye borehole fulanya onsodo.
Kabira nata Jambanjeli meeting ola.
When he came to Jambanjeli for a meeting,
borehole mimbijanga abika mobe staff no.
He was given the information that this borehole, which is existing here, doesn't serve the whole village. He promised the villagers that he will bring in a second borehole.
My question was actually, what kind of meeting was it? Was it an official meeting a government meeting or was it a political rally?
Ako aka nyininkaro me nyininka meeting nyi be woni ngana ram ben sifa nyaadi leje fo anata political rally meeting wala bang fo nyi masakundu comme droit ya kanindro men kabula nyana ka menke ba nyana wala nata wala fa anata political meeting wala
another political meeting.
He came there for a political rally.
So when the villagers approached the president to build another borehole at the village in order to ensure that everyone has access to water, it was done.
Amunta birin sate mol nyi wosita e nyatiling am president nyi na wosita pour aye dema pour sate aussi pompe borehole fulanja on sore saje mol si jio soro a sonayari ngo.
Yes.
Yes.
After building another borehole for the village, what then happened?
Birin inatana borehole fulanja on sing sate molye muna natanake.
Kabiru wasinta.
When that borehole was installed, one day,
Paul Gomez na MP.
They said that our member of parliament, Paul Gomez, they came to the alkali. And informed him that now we have got a new borehole. They will now dismantle the old one and take it to another village, whereby that village also will have their own borehole, and it will be a village where there is no borehole. Then we realized that that old borehole, in fact, was better than the new one which was installed.
Mr. Sorry, I'm getting a bit. Mr. Dabo.
Mr. Dabo.
Can you tell us how the committee determined the effectiveness of the new borehole against the old one?
Mr. Dabo for isa for no nye. Sate mol nying wolia lonno e faye nyadi le. Borehole koto manyin wole bete ya daga tambini boso borehole kutamanyin.
Borehole koto.
Yes, the old borehole
Wole sembo soto kutamanyindi.
Happens to be more powerful than the new one.
According to ngamwe nawek staff wala nyami.
As I heard the NAWEC staff saying, they informed us that the old one is more powerful than the new one. But where this resistance came, resisting that the old one should not be removed, it was when we had that one borehole, it was not able to serve the whole village. This is why we needed a second one, so that the whole village can have pipe water.
Mr. Sambo, what was the reaction of the alcalde and the village leaders when they were told that the government wanted to remove the old borehole and transfer it to another community?
Mr. Samba, sila muna na ke sate alkalo ni sate alfalla lontang kangoti. Biring inata iko be koto borehole koto ni ba samba ya samba sate loro. Muna na ke alkalo ni sate kebal lontang kangoti.
Biring inata iko ebe borehole ni wutulale ka samba.
When they came, they said they are going to dismantle the old borehole and take it away.
Reaction was started youths nyolella.
The reaction started with the youths.
Because before ining alkalo be meeting okela in Natale directly borehole oto ekwe muli taraje eba utukang.
Well, when they came, they didn't go to the alkali. They just went straight to the borehole and started the dismantling of the borehole.
Are you telling the commission that prior to the meeting with the alcalde, they had come directly to the borehole and wanted to remove it without the consent of the alcalde and the members of the community?
Amunda ilafta kama mfa nyin commission eja wala mnyindi ko nyimmol biritol nata pour kata nyim boholo nyi wutu imanta fam pour kata e diam alkalo ya ninsate alfalie itatal dron boholo nyi be dame to pour kata ka boholo nyi wutu ila fraka wala fa commission
Yes.
And how did the youths react to this?
Silang funding kel nyi wumna na ke wala tamandirlu siloti ye muneta.
Abirum funding kel ye jeje drong.
When the youth
Inata ye confront.
When the youth of the village found them there or saw them there dismantling the borehole, they came to them there at the venue and immediately confronted them.
Abiri tata.
So when they left,
Muntata alkalo ya.
We went to the alkali.
Alkalo nyininka.
We asked the alkali.
Alkalo ka makalamuta.
The alkali said he was not even aware of it.
Can you tell us the people that came to remove the borehole?
Isa fono commission jumale keta nyi multi menu nata kanyi borehole koto nyinka wutu.
Nawek la staff slem.
There were staff of the Nawek with some
paral, but paral mansia mo dantan nemu in England rovale fango nataji.
The Nawek staff came there with some paramilitary officers, but the paramilitary officers were not many. They came there, in fact, with one vehicle, a Land Rover. When we asked the alkali and he said he was not aware of it, then we called for a village meeting.
A task force select.
We selected a task force. And me personally, I was a member of the task force.
The first port of call was to the chief, Ajay Jane.
Our first port of call, we went to the chief. By then, it was Ajay Jane.
Atlantic Hotel lafang otumo abedo ko laje.
We went to meet him at the Atlantic Hotel where he was walking.
And kumol be explain aye.
And then we explained the whole matter to him. Ajay said to us, any person who comes there and wanted to remove that borehole, don't allow them.
Did the chief tell you the reason why you must resist any individual that comes to remove the borehole from the village?
Sefo nyi memu nyi aje janete fo ay dalilo falen ne ban dalilo me asabu ninga tara momo nata sato nyi kona lafta kanyim boholo nyi wuduje pour aller balam fo ay dalilo falen ne ban
jero kabiringa na kumol faye nyinun nata nyamen imam futa alkalo ya na alkalo nyininka alkalo ko ama kalamuta.
When we explained to him how these people came to the village, they didn't go to the alkali, and we went to the alkali to ask him, and the alkali said he was not even aware of these people coming there. And the chief said, if that is the way they acted, then anyone who comes there, don't allow them to touch the borehole.
So for the mere fact that they did not seek permission from the alkali before coming to remove the borehole, that was why the chief told you that anyone that comes to the place, you must resist.
Munda dalilo kan wole mu nyindi ko nyin kamala ko tumala menna menu na raje kana boholo nyi wudu manta alkalo nyi ya menke wo dalilo la sabu sefo kale ko wor ning adra walam momo na raje kapru kanyi bohol ko to nyi wudu alkana son.
Yes.
Abirimbota sefo ya.
When we left the chief,
Tata Paul ya.
We went to Paul, our member of parliament. We met him at Kunkujang. When we narrated the whole story to him, he told us right now, at this moment, don't allow anybody to remove that borehole from there. But I will also make inquiries about the whole matter.
Tata Ministry of Water Resources, in a department of Banjul.
When we left the Member of Parliament's place, we went to the Ministry of Water Resources. We went to the department itself in Banjul. We found the director there and explained the matter to him. He said to us, okay, we will look into this matter.
Tata APRC la political bureau otumo Adama Cham sabijin kolemu abije.
So after that, we didn't end there. We went to the APRC's political bureau. At that time, there was somebody from Sukuta called Adamacham who was working at the political bureau there. We had a meeting with him and explained the whole matter to him too. He said to us, okay, go, but we will come there.
Bring Ntolbotaji Nata ate Adamacham aning Sefo aning Paul ye delegation of form in ata sate auto ye meeting okumandi.
So when we went back home, Adamacham plus the member of parliament Paul plus the chief, they formed a delegation and came to the village for a meeting.
Is that the meeting that Mr. Bayo was telling us about?
Mr. Bayo ka wala kumo fo moleba.
Political meeting o mingi ya lonko mole pompo dani ya jamebulu. Ani nying meeting o mankeli nyindongo nyinule delegation of form pour kana specially pour about nyimbo holo la kuo.
The rally, the political rally which took place in the village was where we appealed to the president to bring a second borehole for us into the village. That meeting is quite different from this one. This one is a meeting where Adamacham, the member of parliament, the chief, where they came to the village and had a meeting with us.
Mr. Bayot also did mention that the chief and the member of parliament, Mr. Paul Gomez, had come to the village. Mr. Bayo, was that the meeting you were referring to?
Yes. Yeah, that's meeting alone. Yes, that was the meeting.
Mr. Bayo, can you kindly confirm if that was the meeting you're referring to?
Mr. Bayo, meeting on lava.
Political rally.
The meeting where the meeting that he just explained, where the member of parliament and the chief came to the village.
Yes. Go meeting killing alone.
Thank you very much.
Yes, that's the same meeting.
So after the meeting with the chief and the member of parliament, what came out of that meeting? Mr. Samba, since you were serving in the VDC.
Mr. Samba, bring him bengo botala, alning al deputy mention ala la CFO. Muna na finti o bengo nyinkono. Akola.
Kabiri nata yenyine itandi ko president ko ise nyimbo holo wutu ya Samba dula doto dolle bije joka du kono imang boholo soto ba Samba laji.
When these people came, the information they gave us was that the president said that that borehole should be dismantled and removed, and they are going to take it to somewhere in Jokadu because there is a place in Jokadu who are also in need of water.
Nata itandila ko bao abe wole nyama. Antoli boholo minnati ntoli alwota. Ali min tarambulo ali otumbulo.
Then we explained to them that, okay, the borehole that you brought, the new one, remove that one and take it away. But as for this old borehole, leave that one because you found that one here. Leave that one with us.
Did you know at that time that the government also has a duty to distribute development among communities?
But for any lonne ko wato la mansa kunda fanang amui ka lon kundu dunol de pour ka je ko yiru wal nying ka janjandi be sidlal beto mol kam.
What's a kenole?
Yes, yes, that can happen because that's the job of the government.
Wala yatin na kabiri boto meeting wala ntol nga delegation do form tata banjun ila mayor mimbe nunji wofana mo member of the political bureau leti.
This is why after that meeting we formed another delegation and went to Banjul to meet the mayor who was also a member of that political organization.
Nga yetandala ko alla pompi kuto alwota ntolla pompi koto alwotumbulo.
We explained the same thing to him. The new borehole that you brought to the village, remove that one and take it to the place that we want the borehole. But the old one which was serving us before, leave that one with us. Because at that time, what we realized,
ntolle be torala.
Because we realize that the old one is what we know, that's the one we understand. So if they remove the old one there and leave this new one, which in fact, if it develops a problem, we are the people who are going to suffer.
Did anyone during that period from Water Resources come to the village to explain the reason why it was necessary to remove this other borehole? Assure you that the new borehole will work as effectively as the old one?
Most of the me alongo asibo dingira bunda me alongo be marling nema jiwo ke nyala banko kan jang mem water resource di kana sato kono kala mani yandi nyinno ko ala bulado e koto mani samba nyin kuta mani mem fana mbejang abe tamala ko nyin dobe no nyaabe jiwo di dala nyama fo so dala ba
lungo minna Paul ning Adama Cham ning sefo ibinala ini water resources la dukulal natale.
The day that Adama Cham plus our member of parliament Paul Gomez came there with the chief, they came with people who are working at the water resources. They came with staff from the water resources department.
Ikanyi ming foteng ye ofonyele barin tolman laola nko yenna kotoma tumbulu dorong.
What you just said, they explained the same thing to us. But we said no. As far as the old one is the one that we are used to, leave that one with us here. Remove the new one and take it away.
Mr. Dabo, as a community member, did you share that same sentiment that you would prefer the old borehole to the new one that was built?
Mr. Dabo, ida fanang fa ifanang sonta o hamira ku mira sifa kilngon laba wala nyindi ko ifanang kuta koto mamen beje ibe wala tala kuta mamen yemen nat yo samba.
Sonna wala ba mo e millong ikala wala.
Yes, that's what I also supported, because the old one is the one we knew. So as far as that is the one that we are used to, so that's the one I support. And the staff of Novak, who were workers responsible for this water, they also explained to me. He told us that this old borehole is more powerful than this new one. That became the reason why the villagers refused for the old one to be taken away. So this is why the villagers insisted that let them remove the new one and take it away and leave the old one with us.
Mr. Samba, you told us that you did report to the National Assembly member and Water Resources, and they told you that they will get back to you.
Mr. Samba ye mfumole janko ya kunyinda ya bole ala dipito ya aning alla bundala me alanko wala male ne majiola iko be murle ne ikannan.
Did they get back to you on what you requested from them?
Fo inarna muri kannan ne bang kuma kan wala me alanko yewala kan yibulu bang Mr. Samba.
Paul Carola de memuna dipiteti kabiring natalata for lungu binne nata meeting wala de ngaje.
As for our member of parliament, Paul, the day we met him to give him this information was the last time I saw him until the day they came for this meeting.
Andung kabirim bota banjunu fanang wo meyo ya meeting wala nata tilisabadrong ay wale soto.
And when we went to meet the mayor in Banjul, when we returned, it took only 3 days.
Nata information o soto ko paral be birka male ibe pare kam pour kana kelola jang.
Then that's the time when we were informed that a paramilitary unit is preparing, they are in Brikama and they are preparing to come and attack the village.
Can you tell us the name of the mayor you went to see in Banjul?
Why is that for no commission? Jumala ni mayor di altata menje Banjul sada kono.
I'm very sorry, ntengi nata wotolale. Bari ngalo neko military role mnu yake meyoti abota je yake Minister of Interior.
I'm sorry, I forgot the person's name, but I knew that he was one time a soldier. Afterwards, he became a mayor, and later on he was once made a Minister of Interior.
Labanta Dakar le ambassador yala.
His last posting was in Dakar as the ambassador for the Gambia.
Kabiringa information o soto ko paral bina kanne.
When we got this information that the paramilitaries are preparing to come,
Besiring ngadata nyokang dula killing ninna task force mall.
so we decided to come together, myself and members of the task force. We met at one place
Pour nga jube nyanta mong approach le tala.
to discuss and see which approach we are going to take.
Bari nga lon ko iparere ngole natan kama.
But I know that they were prepared, they had enough preparations for us.
Antun kabiring ibota birkama itambita korda dole la force compound Jambanjeli.
Because when they left Brikama and came, they passed the first compound in Jambanjeli.
Mobije mingnata ay information o dinna ko paral fele tambita I hainang Arab school oto ibe parekang.
Somebody from that compound came and informed us that the paramilitary unit has arrived and they have gone to the Arab school where they are preparing.
Arab school o nying be silole kang ni bota Arab school o rekata kabur ko alto kabur ko ni bota woto drong ikata boholo nyinneto.
The Arab school is on the way. From there you go to the cemetery, and after the cemetery then you go to the borehole.
Ntol fanam bota mbe sirinda meng mbinakam.
We also decided to leave where we were sitting down and we started walking.
Doben kono atata ay tabulo kosi.
Someone among us left and went to beat the village drum, which calls people for a meeting.
Yes. Kabiring binakang ntelebe molbe nyato.
In fact, when we were going, I was leading, I was in front.
Bari ntengambulol le wulindi.
I raised up my hands
Wato minam binakang.
when I was coming.
But all of a sudden, because paral ning ibe nung ibe riot gias le kono ye helmetol le dung kaskol for duma.
When the paramilitary people wore helmets and they in fact wore riot gear, they were well prepared.
Ngaje para kilim funtite kono rong alota ay tiagas ofay.
We saw one para who just went out of the group. He stood and threw tear gas.
Abra tear gas ofay. Tear gas o tambitan tol kunala jolonta dame wol janjanta.
The tear gas passed over us and fell behind us, but people who were around that vicinity also dispersed immediately. I have no in the end.
Mr. Bayo?
Mr. Bayo?
Can you kindly tell us where you were when they sounded the village drum to call people?
Ebe no minto la biring yenyi sate tabulo nyin kumandi puru ka mol kafundu nyoma.
I was at my farm.
And when you heard this sound, what happened?
Biring yenyi sate tabulo nyin moy munaketa.
Nada now.
I came. Whenever you hear that drum in the village, you will know that something significant has happened.
What did you see upon your arrival at the village?
Ite munaje birina na fuda sata o nyin kono.
Nada now ko pompo ngam for ko baudulale.
When I came, I got this information that these people came to dismantle the borehole.
And these people you're referring to, I assume that they are the paramilitary officers, correct?
Ibe mol men nok mo foga nga mira ko wolle mpara di kodi.
Paralwa.
Yes, they are the paramilitary.
Can you tell us what the paras were doing and what the community members were doing at that point when you met them there?
Isa fo no commission e birite nata ya tara nyim para le be munake kan annu sate mul fana be munake kan biri fulata dingira nyin toje.
Push and pull.
It was a push and pull.
Mr. Samba just informed us that a tear gas was fired into the crowd.
Mr. Samba nyim fo jang sainte amamme ko ye tear gas fo fay jama kono.
Did you arrive?
Yeah, in fact, it was not one, it was not two. They threw tear gas amongst us.
By the time you arrived,
before arriving at the scene itself, I first heard the sound of tear gas.
So, Mr. Samba, you were the first person that had that interaction with the PIU officers, correct?
Oda munta Mr. Samba itele kita mo follow te me alongo itele ni impara le se nyolo soto.
Akantuntalenga crowd ning lead.
Yes, because I was leading the crowd.
But
when they decided to throw this tear gas, I didn't stop. I still raised up my hands higher, but I continued walking.
Was there any form of commotion before they fired tear gas into the crowd?
In fact, we didn't even reach each other before.
Almost 100 meters bent.
In fact, it was almost 100 meters between us and where the paramilitary were standing. This is why I said they came prepared to attack.
Did the crowd do anything to provoke the paramilitary officers at that point before the tear gas was fired?
Jamani sate mol nyin foye kukela ba me alon kolbe je para nyin kamfandi la banjaningi be tear gas o nyin faile kan.
Not to my knowledge.
No, I wasn't aware. Not to my knowledge.
Did the paramilitary officers try to engage the crowd before they fired the tear gas into the crowd?
For para nying ye nying hamo sotale no bampuru inisate mol nying ye ni nyomo folo banjanni be nyin tear gas otala ka fay fo nyokon.
Hani.
No.
Andong temimbe nyato ning diamo bekela diamo nyanta kelantele.
Because I was leading the whole crowd. I was in front. If there was going to be any talk or discussion, it will start with me who was in front.
In fact, akabiringe tear gas fulanjango faye sabanjango faye.
In fact, after they threw the first, second, and the third tear gas, that was the time when people came, started arriving from the other parts of the village. That was the time the youth of the village decided to pick stones which were around the roadside and started stoning the paramilitary officers.
Why didn't you disperse the crowd after the paramilitary officers fired tear gas?
Mune ya sabu ito man jamani nta ye janjandi tumala men waro men para li nyin gaso ta ya fay tear gaso.
Ndete mol janjandi no la wo wato kantung mol botanan karo bella. I
was standing at one point. So people were approaching from all directions. So it will be impossible for me to stop or to disperse the crowd at that moment.
Can you tell us, Mr. Bayo, what you did when you arrived at that moment when tear gas was being fired into the crowd?
Mr. Bayo, if I saw for no commission, it is muneke very for the Jamani bedamento tear gas of fire damage. It is muneke.
Kabinda Futara Natara push and pull bekering.
When I arrived at the scene and I met this push and pull going on,
tear gas fire, you be bero fire.
By that time, the paramilitary had already released these tear gas canisters into the crowd, and the youths were also throwing stones at them. And it was a total mix-up. Nobody understood what was going on. When the para realized that, they realized that the population, the people who are coming out against them are more than them. That's the time when they decided to retreat. So when they retreated, they didn't go away. They decided to call in reinforcements who were soldiers.
Can you tell us roughly how many paramilitary officers were there?
There
were many. At that time, nobody can count them because there will be no time to count.
Mr. Samba, you saw them come in, but that's before the riot, the protest happened.
Mr. Samba, ite jele biribi na kan nan janni nyimbalamba ya besoro la ini alnite kodi.
Yes.
Can you tell us roughly how many paramilitary officers arrived in the village at that point.
Isa fo no nyewang ila yir karoto mu para jellel futata o dingira nyindo sa toto je.
Siyata le kantung ye troko fandina ne anim pick up fula.
Well, there were many. A truck was filled and two pickup vehicles.
And Mr. Dabo, the crowd was able to push the paramilitary officers out because there were a lot of people coming to join you.
Mr. Dabo amundala ko jamani sate mol nyin wol natana para nyi nate ganyele kadu nyin kamala ko biri yaje sate mol nyi be finti kan nan ron.
Yes.
Because kabiri molye birol fay.
Because it was said that when the youth started throwing stones at the paramilitary officers, and some para members were stoned and they decided to retreat. That was the time when they called in reinforcements and soldiers were called to come in.
Were you present when all this was going on in the village?
No,
it was narrated to me. That's how I'm also narrating it.
So you were not present at the time this particular incident occurred?
No, I was not there.
Mr. Samba, can you tell us what happened after they pushed the paramilitary officers out and the reinforcement came in?
Mr. Samba, for isa fono commission muna natana ke biriye nyimpara sate molnyi para nyi nyori ifindita bari para nyi fana murunda ko makara sembo tana wolem kara soja rol tana ke kafundang.
Kabiring paral tata.
When the para retreated,
Mbijele after 30 minutes.
We were there till after 30 minutes.
Ngaje soja rol ning moto nata.
We saw the soldiers came in with their vehicle.
Wolfanang motondingo be nyato.
They also came, there was a small vehicle in front.
Moto baba akoma.
And a truck was following this small vehicle.
Kabiri nata ijita.
When they came and alighted from these vehicles, they didn't talk to anybody. What they said was, disperse.
Umakan killing fula sabanjango drong ila nyaton ko nyapira kido kang dobulu aya faimano kang.
Then after they said to the people to disperse once, twice, after the third one, their leader took a gun from one of them and threw it on the tarmac.
Shot.
I have file a bomb for.
I kido fire. I fire.
Okay, he fired the gun.
Manokang.
On the road.
Kabira I fire manokang. Kesol ming boita manokang inata reflect. Ye mona ni baramang molkon.
After he fired on the ground, the bullets ricocheted, and that bullets decided and those bullets struck some people, up to 4 people who were wounded with those ricochets.
Can you tell us if the bullet used that particular day were live ammunition?
Oh, isa fono commission ba ngolungo nyingo sojaro yi muna fango kesol men na fo kese tonya le ba mem kese sobel de men kamo fa
life ammunition ollem kanto na manke life ammunition oti tennu ate mol baramala.
They were life ammunition. Had they not been life ammunition, they wouldn't have wounded the people.
Mr. Bayo.
Mr. Bayo.
Can you kindly tell us where you were at this point when the soldiers arrived?
Isa fono nyabang ita benu bintole biri nyin sojarol furata.
I was standing with this man at the same place.
Tell us what you observed.
When
the soldiers arrived, they didn't talk. They said, disperse. People didn't listen to them.
I opened fire.
And that's the time when he shot these bullets on the road. The crowd on the other side, these bullets were ricocheting from the tarmac road towards the people. It didn't wound people up who were standing up, but the wounds were on their legs. And anyone who happens to be wounded shouts. So this is how people dispersed. Because at that point, people thought that they were going to kill. So when people dispersed, the paras came back and decided to follow people into their compounds and started arresting people, and they started beating up people.
Can you kindly tell us, from the time of the soldiers' intervention to the time the paramilitary returned to the village? Can you tell us the timeline?
When soldiers came in and this incident happened and people decided to disperse, the soldiers decided to hold the whole village. Then the paras came.
So the soldiers were present in the village when the paramilitary officers returned.
Yes, they were the people who stood at the gates, so that the paramilitary will be able to lay hands on people.
So the paramilitary officers proceeded to arresting individuals from their homes.
In their homes. And that's not enough. Even if you are on board a vehicle and they look at your ID card and decide and discover that you are from Jambanjeli, they will arrest you.
Did that happen on that very day?
That was the very day people were arrested from their homes. We were the people arrested from our homes.
Can you tell us how you were arrested from your home?
It
was in my compound and in my own house where they arrested me.
Kindly tell us how you were arrested.
I was in my house.
Opposite compound.
The opposite compound. I heard them beating a stranger who was lodging in the opposite compound. I came out of the house. I told them this man is a stranger. He is not even a Gambian. Then one of them told me, oh, as far as you are a Gambian, you are the people we need. I said to them, well, look at me. That's me. That was the time when they kicked my legs under me. I fell down. They just took me up and put me on board a vehicle. A truck was parked at the cemetery. If anyone is caught, they will beat you. They will take you, after beating you, they will take you and put you on board that vehicle. And if that vehicle is filled, they take us to the Brikama station.
Can you tell us how they identified the people that were to be arrested on that particular day?
Silang fo isa fono commission e itol ye mun ta man receiver nyaadi lelta pour ka mol mura men ya lonko ye wollel muta wo lungo nyinde ka long.
They just go into the compound and any person they see in the compound, you are a male, they will take you away. They didn't distinguish whether you are a young man or an old man, anyone, a male, they will take you away. Because they said the whole village is part of the problem.
Mr. Sama, can you tell us where you were when this mass arrest was going on in the village.
Mr. Stamba silam fa ita fanan sa fono commission ita benu minto le birin nyim mutare jawo be kerin sa to nyin kono.
Be sa te kono.
I was inside the village.
Antung kabirin sojarol ye dula mutafo marseto.
Because when the soldiers decided to stand guard at different places up to the market,
sato nyin karado moldol be tengma fongola.
On the other side of the village,
a modol be sato karadola.
And there were other people also on the other side of the village.
Military be tema.
And the soldiers were in between.
Because ntelemu satela nyati.
Because I happen to be the eyes of the village.
Mbeloring tema je minul yabe teng nke crossing.
I was standing in the middle. So those who were living on the other side, I usually take them across.
For kabirin alansaro tambeta.
Until after the 5 o'clock prayers, after Maghrib. I went home.
You were not arrested on that day, correct?
No, I was not arrested on that day.
Mr. Bayo, you told us that after arresting someone,
Mr. Bayo,
they will take you close to where the graveyard is.
And
beat you up. Can you tell us how this was done?
They parked the truck at the cemetery. That's the truck which took people away. Because that's where the borehole is also located. The borehole which brought all this problem is next to the cemetery. That's where they parked this truck. Anyone they get hold of in the village, they will put you on board at the smaller vehicle and take you to the truck. When the truck gets filled up, they will go to the Brikama station.
You mentioned earlier that you were beaten before you were taken on board the truck.
Seriously.
Can you tell us how you were being beaten?
They will put you down on the ground, some will hold your legs, others will hold your hands, and they will beat you very seriously with the baton until you yourself will know that they have dealt with me. The moment they take you to the vehicle, you have to subdue, you will have to calm down.
And you said that the individuals that were arrested were a mix of both young and old.
I
was arrested along with this man's father.
That is Mr. Dabo's father.
Yes, it is Mr. Dabo's father. Yes.
Mr. Dabo, can you tell us how old your father was at that time?
Mr. Dabo, faisa fono commission haninga bite fama o wato la sanjio be sanji jellen o wato.
O wato safuno say abe 70 to 80.
I can say that at that time he will be between 70 towards 80 years.
Mr. Bayo, can you tell us if Mr. Dabo's father was subjected to the same treatment as you before being taken on board the truck?
Mr. Bayo, faisa fono haninga bi commission Mr. Dabo fama fo haninga bi adafana maranya e menkela fo maranya kilo nyimfana yola kala bambiri asamba umuronyi.
The same thing because he kai bula moto kono akwente ke baba ambita amela dinni wala ku alkante ke baba blan moto kono.
The same thing happened to him because when they told him to board the vehicle, he told them, I am an old man. This thing was caused by the youth of the village. I am an old man. What am I going to do in the vehicle?
Ntafanko ni munna onkulle dal ni mbula ni ke baba se mabe ni nkol kono ntafanko fadile ndato fo yelo boda.
I told them, this man is my uncle. He is an old man. He is not part of the whole thing. Why do you want to take him away? That was the time when someone hit me on my mouth until my mouth started bleeding.
Did they do anything to the old man at that point?
When they take you and put you on board the vehicle, they will put you on board the vehicle and make you lie down, and they will start trotting on you. They will stand on you. They don't check whether he's an old man or a young man. They don't look at that.
You mentioned that you were stretched and flogged.
Yeah, landi dumala ko anu inarne kong ima ye kong.
They beat me up to the point that, sorry, I knew that they really dealt with me.
Can you tell us if the old man was also beaten in the same manner before being taken on board the truck?
Very serious.
Very
seriously.
Yeah, very seriously.
Can you tell us the name of this old man?
Bajau Dabo.
His name is Bajau Dabo.
Can you tell us roughly how many of you were arrested on that particular day?
It's too much. I cannot count it.
I cannot give you a number. It's too much. A lot of people were arrested.
Can you please give us an estimate at least?
Yeah,
almost 50 or 40.
Almost 50 to 40 people were arrested.
Can you tell us the youngest person in your group?
Umar Baro, what are the school?
Umar Baro, at that time, he was a schoolboy.
Do you know how old Umar Baro was at that time?
Less than 20.
He was less than 20.
And he was also subjected to the same treatment as everyone in that group.
Yes, they don't leave anybody out.
Same category.
The same thing, the same dealing.
When you were put on board this truck, can you tell us where you were taken?
In Zamba Brikama station.
We were taken to the Brikama station.
Mr. Samba, can you tell us if you were aware of what happened to this first group of individuals that were arrested?
Mr. Samba haninka bi faisa fono nyila ba nyim kafu folo nyim me yalon ko yewul muta yala ne muna ketela ba
ha
yes
antum kabiring ye ni minul muta sate o kono inate fi kabur koto ike lipale
because anyone who has been arrested inside the village, they will bring you to the cemetery, to the truck, but that's where they will deal with you, they will beat you mercilessly.
Yes, Samba Birkama station.
And afterwards, they were taken to the Birkama station.
From Birkama station, yes, Samba Parala Korda Bato Kanifing.
From the Birkama station, they were then driven to the paramilitary compound at Kanifing.
Did you do anything as a member of the VDC to prevail on the PIU to release the villagers that were being arrested?
For yeku kela bantumala mena ite mu molti me alon ko imu idabe sadola yiri wandi kafo committee on nyinko ne dabe jele fo yeku kela ban member jela ko ibajela ko pour nyim paral yenyim muta muta yebula
wala fo ngoyatina yente muta.
That was the reason why I personally myself I was arrested. Because we slept the following day in the morning.
Modo na tankang akonye kon tolminul mu jing sate nyalti.
Somebody came to me and told me that as far as we are the eyes of this village,
ngata alkalo ya ngaje ko ngata nyindingol noma.
Let's go to the alkali. From there, we make sure that we go after our people.
Kabirin tata fum futata alkalo la korda kono.
When we went to the alkalo's compound,
ani mandiamu alkalo nabe nyo konton wala ron paralla moto lota.
I was exchanging greetings with the alkali even before explaining our reason to come there. the vehicle, the paramilitary arrived with their vehicle.
Can you tell us the name of the alcalde during that period?
His name is Nuha Jamme, and he is still the alkali of the village.
And this occurred on the second day.
Yes, this was the second day.
Can you tell us, Mr. Bayo, if anything happened while you were detained at the police station on the first day?
Mr. Bayo, foi hanin kabi foi sa fono nyela bang foku ketala bang ila jele bang me ya lonko wato men nalbe Morocco no police station no Brikama dum foloni.
Kabrim furata je mol siata police will bolta responsibility lale.
When we reached Brikama police station, people were so much that the police decided to abandon their responsibilities.
Iko samba iko parale ali samba la kampoto.
Then that's the time when they told the paramilitary officers to take us away from the police station and take us to their camp. That was the time when they brought a truck and we were bundled inside the truck like bags and they took us away. When we reached Kanifing, their camp, there is a field. Just an open place, just like this place, that's where we were dumped. A gunman will sit down on the other side with his gun. And another gunman will sit down somewhere. And another person with a gun will sit on the other side. This is how we were surrounded and we were in their middle. They said to us to lie down. And that's the time when they started walking on our bodies. And some of them were even dancing on us. They decided to bring a hose pipe and fixed it. And fixed it on the tub, and it coincided with the cold season. And they started throwing water on us until we were all wet.
With serious beating.
We went along with serious beatings.
3 days.
For 3 good days. This is what they do to us.
Can you tell us what they used to beat you with?
The battens they had. Sorry. Even if they put water on you, the moment they arrive and start beating you with that baton, immediately your body will dry up.
And that happened to you on the first night?
And second day and third day.
It happened to me on the second day also, and also on the third day.
Mr. Dabo, you were not present on the day that Mr. Bayo was arrested.
Mr. Dabo, ite mandanu mabirinje lumfolo me yalonko Mr. Bayo nyolumuta.
Can you tell us when you arrived at the village, what happened?
Silam foi sa fono nye muna natana ke biri furata sa to nyinto.
As for me, I was at my workplace when this thing happened. I was not in the village at the time.
Around 3 to 4, na having a call from my Kabom farmer.
Around 3 to 4, my father called me. He told me to buy rice when I was coming because the rice left at home is only for 1 day.
Another overtime was 2 hours, going summer for 7 o'clock.
And on that day, we had to work for overtime, which went on until 7 o'clock.
Kabiru was 7 jita don tara KMC, amano sanje, natanga moto batun that.
So when I closed around 7, I went to KMC, I bought some rice, and I came and waited for the vehicle, and I went home. When I arrived at Brikama, it was after 7 o'clock prayers. When I reached Brikama, I boarded another vehicle there and went to Jambanjili.
It's around 8 o'clock.
That was around 8 at night.
jamanjel kelola biji paral ning sati mollebe kelola pompukola.
When I was inside this vehicle, that's where a lady informed me that there is fighting going on inside Jambanjeli because the paramilitary are fighting with the villagers. Yes, because after that, when they first informed me, I told them that I wasn't coming there. Because trouble, when it starts, nobody knows where it will end. It might bring further problems for you. So when I reached the village, I went to my home. So when I asked for my father, they told me that he went to the village to look for some boys whom he will work with, because usually he sells yams and oranges. So that they will come and take a donkey cart and go to collect these things from the bush. They told me now it is late since he left here. We haven't seen him. We don't know where he is. So that's the situation. But the people in the compound weren't aware that he has been arrested. So we spent the night there till the following morning. I wore my uniform to go to work. When I reached Brikama, they asked me my ID card. So that's where they made us alight the vehicle. They said any person who comes from Jambanjeli, you will alight here. If you want to talk, they will tell you that we don't want to hear anyone talking.
About 5 to 6 people in the water.
About 5 to 6 of us were made to alight from that vehicle.
In Samba, Brikama station.
And we were taken to the cells inside the Brikama police station.
So the whole day, arresting Dona, Motonata, Ibota Jamanjel, Ikesa Manangel.
The whole day they went on arresting people. Every vehicle which comes from Jambanjeli, they will go to the vehicle and make sure that any person from Jambanjeli will be arrested.
No questions were asked.
No.
And the only thing that they needed was that the person was from Jambanjeli.
Yes.
Mr. Samba?
Mr. Samba?
You did mention that you were also arrested on the second day.
Yeah, for Jango, if lungo fulanjango.
You were arrested because you went to inquire about the people, the individuals that were arrested on the first day.
Yete muda dalilo menga wala nyindiko lungo samo nyi lummen na ite hanan taraje puruka nyinin karo ke lam molla me ango yolla muda lum follow nyinna.
Yes.
Can you tell us roughly how many of you were arrested on that day?
Pesa fono nyi yaldo mo jelle muta lungo nyin.
Ulungo kabirin toltara alkalo ya paral nata imandi ya mofa ikonyele rong albula motokono.
That day when we went to talk to the alkali and the military officers arrived there, they didn't tell us anything. They didn't talk. They just told us to board the vehicle. When we boarded the vehicle, they went round the village. Any young man they set eyes on, they will run after you to pick you up. And the moment they catch you, they bring you inside the vehicle. 16 of us were arrested on that day and taken to Brikama. And we were all put in one cell.
Can you tell us the age categories of the individuals that were arrested with you?
Yete ni menu muranyola fo isa fono nye ila sanji siol be sanji jelle be nyono wanyadi la
Bambo Sise wobe nun sanji tani worole.
Bambo Sise was 16 years old.
Student do fanam bi nunje wo man tambi sanji tani lulu tani worola.
There was another student who will be around 15 to 16 years.
Andong malamin baji fanang Obe sanji tan woro wala nimfe.
And Malamin Baji will be around 70-something years.
O itolu woka ibuka nyala tombong.
Well, they don't look for anything. They just pick up people. And anyone they set eyes on a male, they'll pick you up.
So you were arrested along with some minors who you said were students?
Yes.
Akuma 14th le kata 15.
It started on the 14th and towards the 15th.
When you arrived at the police station, were you informed of the reason for your arrest?
Ani.
No.
Hanin tol fongo janni batala yendundi selol kono le kabirim ibe mfuntinde la kanket roko kono le yentol safe.
Well, when we arrived at the station, we were all put inside the cell. And later on, it was later on that we were brought out, our names, our details were taken, then we were put on board a truck.
Were you charged with any offense when you arrived at the station?
Police station
Honey.
No.
How about you, Mr. Bajo? Were you charged with any particular offense when you were taken to the police station?
Mr. Bayo, ita dung fanandung fo tumir de kan odala bang biri yesamba police station oro bang.
Hani.
No.
Were you told the reason why you were arrested when you arrived at the station?
Fo dia fo ene dalilo me asabu ye muta bang biri fura police station oro bang.
Ko to le ka parali kelendi.
What they told us was that you are the people who decided to fight the paras.
Ko ka parali kelendi nyandi emuneke.
I said to them, how? How to fight with the paras? How? What has they done? They said to me, is that what you are going to say?
That is slap.
Then I got a slap for that.
What statement?
That's the statement.
The slap was the statement and nothing else.
Slap was the statement.
And I assume that they did not take any statement from any of you on that particular day.
No, that didn't happen.
Who was the head of the station? That's Brikama police station at that time?
I don't know the person. I didn't at that time. Because at that time I didn't even think about that.
Mr. Samba, you raised your hand. Can you kindly answer the question?
It was Jao.
Ibrahima Jao.
Ibrahima Jao.
Arrest.
He was the person in particular who arrested me.
Mr. Dabo.
Mr. Dabo.
You were going to work when you were arrested.
Yes.
Can you tell us roughly how many people they arrested on that particular day that they were telling people to alight from the vehicle, then arrest them?
Silam foi sa fono komison o lungo ni lungo men ya lonko ya la muro londe ka fo ale jina ya tro mo jellel muta moto nyi ngono.
Kapin somanda for around 5 or siata more than 7 event.
They started that in the morning, up to 5. I think the people arrested were more than 30 people.
So, Kabin Wularo, another truck of Mbe Blando, then some PIU.
So, in the evening, they brought a truck where we all boarded, and then we were taken to the PIU headquarters.
No, a truck of Anile.
And the truck was filled up.
Can you tell us roughly the age range of the individuals that were arrested with you?
Ite yere ni mol mel mutanyola fo isa fo no nyela sanyi siol nyimbe sanyi betar la jeli la sanyo sanyiol be sanyi tar la sanyi jelle.
Model bije wolye wato wol siata tanyi tan nanti.
Some were above 40 years.
Some are around 50.
Some were around 50 years.
Some were 30.
Some were 30.
It
was a mix-up, young and old people.
Mr. Samba told us that in his batch there were some minors that were arrested.
Mr. Samba
In your own batch, were there any minors that were arrested with you?
Ite hanin kabi dabo ite la mol kono yete ni minumuta nyola hanin kabi dinni wol be jele ba.
Dinni na mal bi jelde. Min yalan ko be sanji tan sabay dumala. Maybe 25, 26.
Yes, there were young people who were around 25, 26 years of age.
You were also taken. You were taken directly to the PIU headquarters, correct?
Munda yete fanan tendendi wala nyama yesamba para la korda baro kodi.
Can you tell us what happened when you arrived at the PIU headquarters?
Hanin kabi sa fono commission e muna nata na ke bri ni ye futandi para la korda baro.
Abin futaraje yembe jindi.
When we arrived, we were all made to alight from the vehicle.
Na moñol taraje ñun jambanjel kol bebe sirin luoteje tilokon.
We met other people from Jambanjeli who were made to sit down in this open field under the sun. And we were also made to sit down with them. That's where I was sitting until my father, who was sitting under the veranda, saw me and called me.
Can you tell us the state your father was in when you saw him?
Han kabi foi sa fono nye ifa ma biri nyaaya je abe mu alhala nyaadi le tonu biri te nyaaya je.
Abe siri la office daldo jimmawte je.
He was sitting at the door of their office under the veranda, and he was facing to us. He was facing us.
Did you observe anything about him that was peculiar?
Foi kusora la baymen korosi ato ba me alongo kukuta la mo ato mem findira balaba.
Mo koro ba na be jamfari nyol nyame mo koro because I command la man ko I command nan tatin down kala.
Well, we were far from each other. I didn't scrutinize him because there was a distance between me and him. He just called me, then I turned, I looked at him, I realized that I recognized him, but I didn't go to where he was sitting down.
And that was the first time you noticed that he too was arrested?
Jetom ya long wati follow me ya long ko atafana muketa moli me alon ko ya mudale.
Arresto ngo lom birikama mole afunya birikama ko ifama fana ya tendendeli kuni minitati ani wala sambanyol.
I heard about his arrest in Brikama. Somebody told me that he was arrested the day before, on the first day, and he was taken away with the people who were arrested on that first day. I heard that in Brikama.
Mr. Dabo, you told us that upon arrival at the Brikama police station, you were taken on board a truck.
Mr. Dabo, ye info janko biri fuda da Brikama police station orong ye samba ke tenten ke bulandi moroba kono.
Can you tell us where you were taken?
Pesa fono nye ye samba mintole.
Nyakabe ularo troko nate kombe findi. Ye molbe to safi.
Well, that evening when the truck came, they told us all to go out, and our names were written down.
My apologies, I had a little bit of a mix-up there. The question was actually directed to Mr. Samba.
Mr. Samba nyini ngaro nyimu itelati. Biring Alfred police station ore ko ye tentendi ye bulandi moroba nyinkono. Ye samba mintole.
Yen Samba PIU headquarters.
We were taken to the PIU headquarters.
How about the minors that were with you?
Indindina moldung meni be nyokandu.
Yembe Samba dula kilinne.
We were all taken to one place.
Biring Ibn Sambala mile 2 le tol Samba Joshua.
When we were being taken to mile 2, that's the time when they were taken to Joshua.
So all three groups converged at the PIU headquarters.
Munda alto nyinkafusa bolbe yalto muta mol nyingal be benta para la kordabar.
Be yembe jurumudula kilinne.
We were all dumped at the same place, at one place.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I just noticed that it's already 1.5 hours, so this will be a safe time to take a break, and then when we resume, we'll continue with their testimonies.
Nsi lojang ngatan dahari ngola nimurunda nansi tenteng zedandirola.
Thank you, Council. Yeah, thank you, Council. We'll take a 30-minute break and come back at 1 o'clock.
Thank
you. Meeting is adjourned. Council, you may continue if you're ready with this.
Thank you very much. Can you kindly assist in bringing the witnesses in?
Thank you.
Welcome back, witnesses.
Sedol al bismillah.
Just before the break,
Nembida fonyondingola.
we had discussed the incident of 14th and 15th December 2004.
Kachata kuola meni alon ko wala kita December karo til tannin nani nanin til tannin lulu 2004,
which led to the mass arrest and subsequent torture of members of the Jambanjeli community.
Menata na sababu mutarola me alon ko jama ba wala kita Jambanjeli banku sate molla anin ke sinda ke tajriya ke sindidula killing.
Each of you have given us your experiences of that particular incident.
Altol donya mo kunkilina ko men late kan ya satale ko late kan nyame.
To the point when you were taken to the PIU headquarters.
Hanin kabo fe tembe damendo yal bundi birkama yal samba para law korda bato.
Before the break, you told us that you were kept in the open at the PIU headquarters.
Andu jandembita fonyon dingola aliya fo mole ko biri yal samba para law korda bato yal samba damendo wolem dinkira dum yalan ko dinkira kono fanuri ngolam.
Can you tell us, Mr. Samba, what happened when you arrived at the PIU headquarters?
Silang Mr. Samba faisa fono nyamuna keta biri ni futata ye futandi para law korda bato.
Yes.
Kabirum futata para la kordato.
When we reached the paramilitary's compound,
Kabiri yenjindi.
we were made to come down from the truck.
Paral nata iko kunung minul nata nge butele fonsal tol fanam bute.
And that's the time when the paramilitary came. They said the ones who were brought the day before were beaten. So you also who came today, we are going to beat you.
So yen tol minul nata kutake randi.
So that's how they made us stand in a line.
Ikumasta kallipa.
And they started beating us.
Anila o pipe fingol.
With their black pipes.
So wo konolem musudobi je parale mati.
During that, there was a lady who is a paramilitary officer.
Very senior officer le mati nak.
And she happens to be a senior officer.
O nata akonyino le ko albute rostop nga fale ne malla fi ale mo le pakotenke.
That's the time when she came and intervened and told the para officers to stop beating. And she went on to tell them that I told you that you should stop beating.
O watole biti yele parokuma bula.
That's the time when they stopped beating us.
You told us that you were beaten with a baton.
Ko ya fo mole janko ye lipaning fengola joran le gaf me batino.
Can you tell us where you were beaten on your body, that is?
Hanin kabi faisa fono nye ibalo bala ye lipa mindole.
Nkoto. Ikam bitindile ikam be bitindile.
It was on my back. We were all made to lie on our stomachs.
And this senior paramilitary officer, can you tell us her name, the one that stopped them from continuing with the beating?
Nyimpara military keba me alonko atela nata dabula ko nyingo na ko ya bula purika lipa. Fo isa to fo no nyela ba.
Ani ma to long.
No, I don't know her name.
Mandali paralla.
Because I'm not used to the paramilitary.
And we
didn't interact with them because we were all dumped at one place together.
Mr. Dabo, can you tell us the reception you received when you arrived at the paramilitary camp, whether it was the same as the rest of your community members?
Mr. Dabo, for ite fanansa fo no nye biri furata ye furandi para lo korda bato jindiri nyame ye bismillah de jindiri nyame na fa isa fo no nye fani Mr. sambata be kilintala bang.
Kabin dol futata konga jina yankuma ne konga jina.
When we arrived, they told us to come down.
Min jita le ke tonyen ne kafu tan kafunyul la jana.
The moment you come down from the truck, they will tell you, go and join that group. So when we went, we were all made to sit down.
Were you beaten when you arrived at the PIU headquarters?
Ye lipala bang biri ni futata para la korda bar.
And malipa kabin na pabian commandant and liparos at all.
Well, I was beaten on the day that my dad called me.
Kabin pabian commandant. Lepetala nankola para kilian sabana and pulo for the CJ Mantala.
When he called me, I got up to go and answer to him. But the moment I started moving, one para officer got hold of me, pulled me back, and gave me a slap, and told me, you are not going anywhere, sit down here. That's the only time I was beaten. And, except one paramilitary officer, he goes out at night to go and drink alcohol. But whenever he is drunk and he comes back, and he has a song called Sarakulembeng Natale Balafabalo. That means Sarakulembeng has arrived, the thing which has no pity. He will go to the tap, put water in a bucket, and come and start throwing this water on us. And he will even take stones and stone us. In fact, one of the stones hit me on my leg, which later gave me problems. He did that for 3 nights. I think he was stopped, and after the 3rd night, he didn't do it again.
Mr. Bayo, since all of you were kept at the same place when they arrived,
Mr. Bayo,
did you also experience this particular treatment from this PIU officer that Mr. Dabo is talking about?
Mr. Dabo kan meng fotang nyimpara ya meng maranya meng faida fana maranya kilo yemuda wala jeba.
Yes, he throws water on all of us. In fact, he broke my head. He wounded me on my head with a stone.
You got injured on your head from the stone he threw at you, correct?
Inatna barmoso ro ikungo anu sababu tamenda wala mo beronyi ndi memfai kam.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you tell us the severity of the injury on your head?
Isa fono nyo barmo nyinga ayo bero memfai menar na sababu barmoso ro ikungo ala wajabo nyinkete benyadile.
Kafole be siring aka bero faina.
Wajabo nyi barmo nyi na wajabo benyadile.
Be siring malla na faina
mo ketanyadile. Barmo nyi ala wajabo nya waratala bamfo barmandi wala.
Because I'm kum farajang.
Yeah, it was a big wound because it split my skin on my head.
Can you tell us the size of the stones just to get an idea of the size of the stones that he would throw into the crowd as you were seated there?
First of all, beroni jama kan bersifanya di leta ka fayal kan al kanji nal besiring ala waroni benyadi le mesamalan waramalan kanyan ningolam.
Ate bulo benda bero fe akamol bungala.
Well, he uses any stone that he can lay hands on.
Mr. Samba, were you affected by this stone throwing by this particular officer?
Mr. Samba, fayda fana nyim para nyim me alon ka atleka nyim bero nyim fayda fana yekole ya soto jele nyim bero nyim na fayo to ba.
Bero yem male mambara mo soto jele bari bero yem male.
Yes, I was hit.
Sinya sabasi bero ka boyin kokan.
On 3 occasions, his stones lands on my back, although I didn't sustain any injury. But
my apologies. During those 3 nights that he consistently threw stones at you in the evenings and water, did any of the officers around stop him from doing it?
Wato men na be imbarol kala nyin tu suto sabul be me berota anin jioda ka file kan fo adonyo service lal mo soto ndara me yalon ko aya bantambilita nyaado bam pour ka balala pour akana wonyin keba.
Yes.
Antung senior officer lemu.
Because he's a senior officer.
Junior officer sol minul kataraje.
The junior officers who used to stay on guard,
ika mutale ka fire ko kana oke.
They used to go and get hold of him and tell him, don't do this.
The third night from Janna Binara.
The third night before he came back,
aka wo nejulol ning wo palatol ning bolol minulta ake jiobila ye betale tata ye mabo.
The buckets and pans and bowls that he used to take to go and draw water from the tap to throw it on us were all collected and kept away from the place.
Avira nata dobe kono wokai ko ye order dinale ko ikana nyinke koteke.
So when he came that night, there was somebody who approached him and told him that we have been given orders to tell you to stop what you usually do.
I stopped wole nyama.
That's how he stopped.
Can you recall the name of? You said he was a senior officer.
Iko nyingmare nyimu kebala molam ni sarawizu bundar.
Can you recall his name and his rank at that time?
I hakilo sa to mudano la bangana la makamo memba budo watola.
Ni manyina de sergeant olem.
If I can remember, he happens to be a sergeant.
Jallo le ma to.
And
Sergeant Jallo.
They call him Sergeant Jallo.
Can you recall his first name?
To follow do ye hakilo sa mudano la bang?
No, man hakilo ma ko to follow.
No, I cannot remember his first name.
How about the rest? Can you recall his first name?
Do kotangol dum fo hakilo si tol mudano la bang?
No.
No, they don't know his name. They just know the surname Jallo, but they don't know the first name.
While this was ongoing, were you charged during this period for any particular offense?
Honey.
No.
You told us that you were kept in an open yard. Did you remain in that open yard throughout your detention at the PIU headquarters?
Yes, for the duration of the 5 days we spent there. We spent the day at the same place and we spent the night at the same place where we were sitting outside.
Mr. Dabo, how about in the afternoon when the sun is really hot? Where were you made to sit?
Mr. Dabo, silandung tilibulo la teng ni tilo be kandiring. Ikal samba mindola kal sindi damendo.
Nkatara jele, nkatara otilo la kono je.
We stay under the sun.
We will be going mira kwenye muhadama dumela kwenye ntatara dilalta dami dami besumiala domandi kwenye telefon be dami.
They don't even think. They don't think of taking us to a cold place. They don't mind about that.
You told us that your father, when you arrived at the PIU headquarters, you met your father in the veranda.
Iko birifu da para la dingirado ye fama tara perongo do kotoje.
Tetonna be ifeni ka kotoje jimbaunteje.
He was the only person who was allowed to sit with them under the veranda there. And he is always complaining to them, release these people to go. They didn't do anything. The people who did something are not among these people, but they don't listen to him.
How about the other elders that were in the group?
Well, there were some people amongst us there.
That is, if you know, any one of you can answer it. Do you know who was commanding the PIU at that point when you were detained there?
Ni karo fanu rewon pural to mo sabobe ni momo e jabiro so tafo ali yala ne ban jumala be nun nyaton kaya ke kan ku paral la kordani kono je wo watola.
Yes.
Biran Juflem. Biran Bay.
His name is Biran Bay.
During your detention, Did Biran Bai ever come see you?
Allah maro nyi wato nyi kono je sansan kono je para la korda kono je fo nyi Biran Bai nyi anana na ta je le kanal kumba boba
ala office nyati lungolang mbe wolto.
We were sitting right in front of his office.
Funtita office kono ra nyaka tilin tollel.
The moment he steps out of his office, he stands facing us.
This question goes to Mr. Bayo.
nyini karo bita Mr. Bayo le ya.
As at the time when you were being stomped on, water was poured on you and you were beaten, was Mr. Miranbai present?
Wato men na tarta ke lipa anu ye jikan ye nyinji su ji fananta ka so ikang fo nyi Mr. Biranbai abe maberi ngela ba.
Yes, abe about office.
Yes, he was inside his office.
Did he at that point do anything to stop his officers from maltreating you?
Ata Biranbai fo ay ku sota la way menke ban kaje ko ala do ku la nyi memu nyi paral di pour ay bantambili nyaato ka fo ko nying albe mbaro men alabula.
Yeah, get now stopped, but I'm not stopped.
Well, if he has intervened, it would have been stopped, but he didn't do anything.
Can you recall the names of any other officer that was involved in torturing you at the PIU headquarters?
Fo hakilo si para kilimuta to muta no jelba me ya lonko adabula le tajire ya kono mem menkete la para lo korda baroje.
What on dolma la fika all long?
At that time, we didn't want even to know them. We were not interested to know them.
So you were not able to recall any of their names?
Amunda hakilo ma han mo kilin to mutano.
No, because never come for naming kenna.
No, because I was angry about what happened to me.
But the boss Biranbai all on.
But I know their boss Biranbai.
Yes, Mr. Samba, you wanted to say something?
Mr. Samba elafta fenne fola.
Yes.
Yes.
The then IGP Tatin Baji addressed the gathering before the beating, but the beating started when he left.
Tatin Baji, who was the then IGP, came and addressed us, but he left the place. After he left, that was the time when the beating started.
Kando atele ko altole kanna mol kelendi ibe jol altole ako
because
take the revenge.
Because what he said when he addressed us was, you are the people who decided to fight my officers. They will have revenge on you. Then he told them to take revenge. But it was when he left, that was the time when the beating started.
And he was the IGP at that point?
Yes, he was the IG at that time.
And you were saying that he gave the order for you to be beaten at the PIU headquarters?
Yes.
Mr. Bayo, you mentioned that you were tortured for 3 days.
Mr. Bayo, ya fo janko ye bude ye liba membira fo tilisaba.
From the narrative from the rest of your colleagues, they were only tortured once when they arrived at the PIU headquarters. Can you please explain to the Commission why you said you were tortured for about 3 days?
Yes, because Kabiri muta first day.
Yes, because when we were arrested on the first day, we were beaten all the way until we reached the camp.
And we
were beaten the second day.
The third day,
the third day was the day my head was split. So that's why I said I was beaten for 3 days.
Thank you for that clarification. Can you tell us if during all these ordeals, some of the minors were still within your mess at that PIU?
Aninka bi foisa fo no nye wato membela nyunko betama kan ikan nyindindi na mol me yalon ko ali ye fo janko e fanan ye mutale fo e fanan bal kono je le ban kafo kono je
dindina mol e bijele ha.
Yes, the minors were amongst us.
Can you roughly tell us how many minors were detained with you at the PIU? That is, if any of you know.
altol mo be kono ñinin kar kono fanu rengol de altol be kono je fo alsa lonno le bang dindina mo jelle bal feje nu maro kono je wato men albe je
mo lulu si
le mo 5 sile.
There were about 5 of them.
And all these 5 individuals were subjected to the same ordeal as you were while you were at the PIU.
Andung amuntala ko ñindindinda mol ñim fanan ko la mel latal kan wol fanan ku kilingo ñing wala lata e kan wato men albe maro ñing kono Mr. Bayo.
E bi ka joye dum.
These people don't leave anybody.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dabo, can you tell us for how many days you were detained at the PIU? That is the entire group.
Mr. Dabo, for sa fono nye wati jellem ay wati jelle si tarta Morocco no je warandu lun jellem tarta Morocco no je o kafo nyin kono je.
5 days at the PIU.
We spent 5 days at the PIU.
6 days in Jangole in Samba Yamurunde Brikame Gonda Kitia.
It was on the 6th day that we were taken back to Brikama and they said we were going to face a trial. We were taken to the court and we were sitting down there. Up to some time, they told us to come out again and board a truck.
Order to the mile 2 at CJ for further notice.
So when we were being taken out, we were informed that they got orders that they were going to take us to mile 2, where we were going to sit down and wait until they sort out whatever is going to happen.
Mr. Bayo, can you please tell us if when you arrived at the court you were taken before a magistrate?
Mr. Bayo, hanin kabi foi sa fono nye wato mena yal samba kiti bundaro. Foi yal samba kiti tela dole nyato, kiti tela nyati ngola ba.
When we arrived, there was a magistrate. He called our names. When they were ready with that, they said we are going to be remanded.
So it was the magistrate that remanded you to mile 2 prisons?
Amunta magistrate woni wole kango di mbata yamaro di puru yal samba kasi bungoro.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Samba, can you tell us if prior to you being taken to the magistrate court, were any of your statements obtained by the PIU officers?
Mr. Samba, for isa for no hanin kabi janning ibal samba la kiti bundaro. Fo wato men albe Morocco no para la dingira nyindo je. Fo wati soron dala ban wato men yesi ndikela kuma kanota ya safe.
Yes.
A day before mbita tenen lungo len tata court. Dimasi lungo yen statement star.
We were taken to court on Monday, so before that Monday, on Sunday they took our statements.
While taking your statement, did they charge you for any particular offense?
Wato men ne bela kuma kan nyin tala ka safe. Fo tumir soton dala bang yemen de ikan oda ka fo ko yenyi luwate nya bunda kar le tinya ngole le kan.
Honey, iman charge.
No, we were not charged.
You were not. Was any document read to you stating that you are charged under this particular section of the laws of the Gambia?
Fo kaiti soton dala ba me yalon ko ya kareye ka fo ko yenyi luwa bunda le tinya me yalon ko Gambia banko kan luwa le nyinti yewle nyi bunda le tinya fo ye soton dala ba.
Individually de imo ke bar kabirim fota the courthouse magistrate kabira en names ñol be read anata fole ko altole balanta ali rioting ke jambanjeli kono.
What happened, they didn't do that individually, but when we went to the courthouse, after they read out our names, the magistrates addressed us saying that you are the people in Jambanjeli who decided to resist to the police who came there.
Remind.
That was the time when he said that we should be taken to the remand.
Mr. Bajo, how about the 5 minors that were with you? Were they also charged along with the rest of you?
Mr. Bajos hanin kabi nyin dindinda mol me alon ko e bal fedum fol fanan keta mol der me alon ko ye tumiro de i kango da ban ko ya ye men ka yalta ke nyamen ba.
Yes.
Yes.
The minors were charged with you, that's what you're saying?
Mun tayde kam men fo wala min ko nyin dindinda mol nyi wol fanan keta mol der me alon ko ye tumiro de kango la ko ye tumi nyame.
Ye charge ye sama Joshua.
They were charged and taken to Joshua.
We received another statement from one of the minors who's by the name Lamin Kamara.
Nga kuma kan safere ngo soto mo dindinda mo kilimbulu jang ika me Lamin Kamara.
Lamin in his statement stated that
Lamin ala kuma kan safere ngo do aya infoje ko
on the 6th day
ko nyin tilworo njango
some of the students were released
karamundo dinno dol beje me alon ko ye mutale ye bulale.
And the rest of the adults were charged and taken to Mile 2 prisons.
E bala mol nyi menu tutaje ye tumiro de kangoda inarne samba kiti kaso bungoto.
Was that the case?
Ko nyi belare wala nya.
Lumine ndol bela Mile 2 de niwo di niwo bele nata nyola. Itade kama na Joshua ne samana.
The day we were released from Mile 2, they went and collected these minors from the Joshua prison and brought.
So you were saying that some of the minors were also taken to the court with you when you were being charged?
Amunda e kamem fo ila kuma kan wala nyindi ko nyindindinda mol nyim fanan ket mu mollet men ya lon ko e ye tumiro de kan dale andu ye samba ye ni samba nyola le biri be samba la kiti bungoro.
Ndol bele bije kabere mu nada wi ndol samba kam Mile 2 ye ndol samba Joshua.
We were all there when they were taking us to Mile 2. That was the time when they were taken to Joshua.
Sorry, Mr. Dabo, as far as you can recall,
Mr. Dabo come itala hakilo to isime mutano.
were all of you charged before the magistrate court?
Fo ya tol be ye tumiro de al kan dale yal samba magistrate kiti bunda kilingol to ba.
Awo tumir kilingol yembe tumi nyine la nga luati nyamina ka paral kelendi.
We were all charged with the same thing, that we are the people who fought the paramilitary officers.
And did you have access to a lawyer prior to you being taken before the magistrate court?
Janni bal sambala kiti bunda nyindo fo ale silo sotala bam pour al ni lawyer nyoje bankali yamari.
Ani
No.
What was the response of the members of the community to the charges levied against them?
Come again with the question.
What was the response of the members of the communities that were detained to the charges before the magistrate court?
Silang muta mol nying muna kete to la jabir dati tumiro la emelle mending e kangoda tumala men na itata kiti bundaro.
Ntolman fen soton be men jabila woto fu mol la kumbode kandun kawiren ako ibe sambala remind le dol bije woli kumbo commencer le
Well, we had nothing to respond to them, because when they said that we were going to be taken to remand, some people started crying.
Andung akanyim min foko ye dol release le tonyale mu tenelungo somanda kabiring iben sambala court ye keba woro nyong release le anin dinding fula ye all release le
Well, what he said is that on Monday morning about 2 minors plus 6 elderly people were released to go home on Monday.
Wokola le mu kabiring bota courthouse ye dindil lulu samba Joshua.
It was after that, when we left the courthouse, 5 of the minors were taken to Joshua.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samba, for that clarification.
Mr. Samba ila wasanendiroto.
Can you tell us what happened after you were remanded by the court at Mile 2 prisons?
Sidam faisa fono nyahanin kabi mune natana ke biring kitiyo e kangodi puri ye samba kasoro yeda sije folo.
Yen sambale tata yen dundi remind.
We were taken and remanded.
Ngasuta kiline ke remind.
We spent only one night in remand.
Wo samo.
The following day.
Inata yen samba one-man cell.
And we were all taken to one-man cells.
Ntolning Baba Job Nyol, aning Farafenya attackers, aning landing Sane Nyol, Ntolbelebe Dula killing.
Myself, ourselves, plus Baba Job, and
Lieutenant Landing Sane.
Lieutenant Landing Sane.
Ndala cell ning wolebe naneri.
My cell is just next to the cell where Landing was.
And Baba Job was opposite me.
And Baba Job was opposite his cell.
So as a keno jele mu security wing.
It could be that place was the security wing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samba.
Mr. Samba.
Mr. Bayo, you wanted to say something?
Mr. Bayo, kumala be buli lafta ka member for bang.
No lafta jele bamban la security wing lem.
Yes, I wanted to emphasize that it was the confinement security wing.
So the magistrate asked that you be remanded at the remand wing of Maltu prisons.
Bare magistrate we kan mendi wala nyindi yal samba kal samba remand wala nyindi menula kuma kan ma diamo mambam folo ke mabo dami do yal samba woro.
However, you were taken to the security wing instead.
Bare hanin ka bi wonya kil wonya mai narna ko nyim fali yal samba security wing.
Mr. Dabo, can you tell us, that is if you know, why you were taken to the security wing of Mile 2 instead of the remand wing?
Mr. Dabo, afanya bania rayalo dalilo me asabu yal samba security wing andu manke nyindi ya kitio ikamendi ya iko inyanal samba dami do remand imal samba woro fo ini yalo afanya.
Ani ma wolon ne barbutung kabin tol yen samba je ngasuta kilinke je.
Well, I don't know that reason, but when we were taken there, we spent one night there.
I also mo inatere ki ko manyana tarajang nyanda tarajanal.
The following day when they came, they said we shouldn't have been there. That was the time we were taken to the security wing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dabo, for that explanation.
Mr. Dabo,
Mr. Bayo, can you tell us if any of the detainees suffered any injuries as a result of the previous tortures meted on them?
Mr. Bayo, for isa fono nye nyimuta mol nying fo kole ya soto ndala baye bensoto ibala jato lubala tumalame ya lonko muta folo nyi wato mene tajiri al menkala kasuji ni wala foyo kole ila muto nyi wato kono foyo soto leba.
First of all, ndefang ikatula mula bambutula lalo.
First of all, with myself, they used to rub my body with shea butter.
Because ila olive oni momo lepa wala ni memu bambutula la yelo betule balokon.
Because the instrument they used to beat us with, if you are not rubbed with shea butter, well, it will create problems for you because your body will remain swollen.
Yeah, okay. Every day.
Every day we have to rub each other with shea butter.
So you nursed your injuries in Mile 2?
Amuntal family ala dimingulu jara Mile 2.
No one.
Yeah, we have to do it ourselves because there was no one to help us.
Were you provided any medical assistance while you were at the PIU headquarters?
Even food, we have to buy it for ourselves. Much more medical, treatment for or medical treatment.
And,
more 15 years
because 50 people, if you bring just 2 plates of food for them, that means that you are denying them food. So those who had some money on them, you have to send somebody to go and buy bread for you.
I don't go.
So in fact, there are some para officers there. If you send them, they'll tell you that no, they are not going.
So the food that they were giving you at the PIU headquarters was not sufficient for the large crowd that was there.
They cannot provide for all of us who were detained there.
Mr. Samba, would you like to say something about that particular point?
Mr. Samba,
Kantung ayatarle kodo bentebulu.
Because me, I had some money with me.
Somanda o somanda nteleka kodo bonding kadi para la purye domoro sanye.
Every morning I have to take out some money and give it to the para officers to go and buy food for me.
Ay buka sante da mai kasa mbele kantung wala fongo ya tinna je mol nimminul biye ina kitan na bake because nka domoro min sanka tala mol bele tema.
In fact, the food I buy is not only for me myself alone. We all used to have some part of that food. This is why a lot of us who were detained together, a lot of the detainees came closer to me.
And throughout your detention at the PIU headquarters, you told us that you were kept in the open area.
ila mutaro ni wato ni bego no para lo korda bato je ye mfonye ko itarta marobe ngono wala dingira me alongo dingira kono fanu ngola.
Throughout the day, both in the morning, afternoon, night, you were on one particular location in the open.
Suto tili somanda ulara ikatara dingira kono fanu ngo nyine to
nte damante dan yen tol minul be diten tol bebe jurumuri nyokang dula kelenne tilo kanala e lonkan fa e boy suto sumya e lankan fo fanoyeke.
It was not only me, it was the whole of us who were detained. Daybreak, the sun will be on us from morning up to from dawn to dusk, and also at night the cold will come on us from dusk up to daybreak.
Mr. Bayo, can you tell us about the conditions at the Mile 2 Central Prison when you went there?
Mr. Bayo hanin kabi fo isa fo no nye Mile 2 kasi bungoro je al halo benu nyaari la bri yesamba ye.
Very bad.
Very, very bad.
Can you describe it to us just with few words?
Je al halo nyimbe nyame fo isa fatam fansi no nyelwa ni kuma dandan na ba.
Bungo mi yalon ko 1 meter ni la plywood ka yesingo tiling abuka tiling. Ni sita yesingo kete kumbalingo ka woloma.
A room which is almost about 1 meter.
Yesindiwo kono 24 hours.
Length and breadth. You sit down in that room for 24 hours. If you want to stretch your legs, you cannot.
You have rest to go out 10 minutes and come back.
You have only 10 minutes breaks to go out and come back. You can't even stretch your legs inside those rooms.
Very bad.
Very bad.
And food also is bad.
And the food also is bad.
We have indeed received extensive testimony about the food that was served to inmates in Mile 2 prison.
Nga sedandri jama bala soto woto wala karola do moro nyi mealon ko wala kadi ka molla mealon ko be mutari kasoro je nga sedandri jama bala soto wala ko mambere ya.
Mr. Dabo, can you tell us if you were ever taken to court while you were detained at Mile 2 Central Prison, apart from the first time that you were taken to court and remanded?
Mr. Dabo faisa fono nya hanin kabi ning abota lum folo nyi mealon fo yesamba kidi lar wato men na yesamba na remand fo lunna na soto ndala ban ko kare ke murundi kidi lar ba.
Ani man na murundi je ko take.
No, we were not returned. We didn't go back to the courthouse.
Abe kabir mbota Mile 2 ye release wala nyam.
When we left Mile 2 was the time when we were all released.
While at Mile 2 prisons, did you have access to your families?
Wato men nabe Morocco no Mile 2 fo e kasilo so laban pour ni la dimbale nyoja ba.
Ani monel man nan jibeje.
No, nobody ever came to visit me there.
How about you, Mr. Samba? Did anyone ever come see? Did they allow anyone to see you while at Mile 2 prison?
Mr. Samba ita be wato men nabe Morocco no je fo e silo di kasilo di laban pour ila dimba waranto ila mol kane kumpa boba.
Hani.
No.
And Mr. Bayo, did that apply to all of you that were detained at Mile 2 prisons for this particular incident?
Mr. Bayo fo nyin ko la nya kilmo lemba wala ketal bela bang waro men na be Mile 2 Morocco no je nyin ko kono ba.
The same thing.
The same thing.
For how long were you detained at Mile 2 Central Prison?
Alta itarta Morocco no Mile 2 fo wati jelu.
I think 27 days or 26 days.
Yes, it was.
Namera tilimuani wora o tilimuani wora ula.
Can you tell us what eventually led to your release?
Silang fo isa fo no nye muna na sababu fo inata ni ibula.
Ntolu bijere ebika kuma fonna kodo mobika valbita kodle mobika vale inneke.
We were just remanded there. Nobody tells us anything. Nobody tells us that we are going to court. Nobody gives us any information. We were just left there. Till one day, when we were there,
order from up.
When one of their senior officers came there and said, well, they have got word from the top.
Office of the President.
OP, saying that we should be released.
Sorry, the witness said order from up. Is that not what you said, Mr. Bayo?
Mr. Bayo, wala mnyindi ko kumakang bota up.
Kumakang bota santo ikong alibula.
Yes, that's what he said. They said information came from up, saying that we should be released. When we were released and we went home,
wives nyolu na mother nyolu na sister nyolu.
Our relatives, wives, sisters, and mothers,
they
said they went to meet Yaya Jamme at his Sifo farm. And they pleaded with him. And they told him that our sons, our husbands, our fathers are under custody. Then that's the time when he told them that they are lucky. They are lucky. Had you people not approached me in this manner, I was going to deal with them severely. They are the people who decided to fight my officers. He said they were lucky that it was the women who approached him. Had it been that he was approached by males, he was going to arrest all of them and take them to jail too. When we came home, that's the information our wives told us.
And when you said orders from up, what did you mean by that?
When I say up, that means Yaya Jamme, because that's what happened.
This was after spending about 26 days in detention at the Mile 2 prison.
Amunda nyingi sorta wat me yalonko ye wat tili muang ani woro yo ke Morocco no kasoto.
Yes.
Mr. Samba, remember earlier in your testimony you told us that some people were injured when the soldiers fired warning shots on the ground.
Mr. Samba, hakilo murundi koma ye infonye nunkoma ntonuko wato men nanyi sojarol nata dinkira nyinto je ye kido kumande je kido fay te du manoka
modol baramata je.
Were those individuals arrested?
Fo mul fana menu baramata je wala fana keta molde me yanko ye mutalaba
lungo menne bembula le tate kamalo petano leto.
The day we were being released, they went to collect those people from the hospital. And we were all released together.
So those individuals were eventually given medical treatment at the hospital.
Yes.
Can you tell us the impact of this particular incident? You've been part of the VDC. Can you tell us the impact of this particular incident on the community of Jambanjeli?
Silang faisa fono nye nyinko nyimbe kiro kola ay mun kola yakulle sawuma ka tuite keta molti me yalonko e mum molti me yalonko alfala muidi kabo sate ola yirwa kafo nyindo imu kaf me VDC ay mun kola yakulle sawuma
wala ya follow.
The first problem
lungo minna ye mol muta wo samo keta jele.
The first day that we were arrested, the following day somebody died there.
Kebal dammale tata je pour ka dinko sing imasin no fo parallem nata ke makoy kaburo sing.
Only elderly people went to the grave site to go and dig for the deceased's grave. They were even unable to dig properly. It was the para officers who came to help them to dig that grave. Because at that time, all the young men has left the village.
Ikadun korda to korda, bung to bung, ikadun bungol kono fe kalarangol wulindi, kalarangol koto jube, katujarol kono jube, ni funding ke jero e kamutale.
The reason for that is all the young men who were not arrested has decided to leave the village because they went round the whole village, compound to compound, and in every compound, house to house. And sometimes, in fact, they have to look under the beds looking for young men. Any young man they decided they see, you will be arrested. This is why nobody was left in the village. No young person was left in the village.
Go on, please.
Then?
After that,
bring yinko tambita ay karinim feng sile hani yirwa feng ku kilim buka keno sate okono.
It took us more than 1 month and before we were able to do anything that comes that happens to be part of development.
Anu wo mutaro kono lemu.
And it was during our incarceration
inata ye wo pumping machine nyin wutu anin tanko anin solar panelol ye be samba.
That was the time when they came. They dismantled the pumping machine, the solar panels, and the tank were all removed and taken away.
Kolongo nyimfongo ya tu datu yelerine kabirim bota mile tu ntafongo le tata foje pour kata kolongo jube nga data yelering nga berota nga laka.
And the well was left open. It was me personally who went there to go and check the place. So when I saw that the place was open, the hole was still open, I decided to take a stone and cover the hole.
Aya tinnale fo kabiring nawek dunta nanne mol kumasta ka jio soto.
In fact, from that on, we were unable to get water until when Nawek came again into the village. So that was the time when people were able to get water in their compounds. Because that borehole that they left there, we have to give water according to ration. We have to ration people with water.
So manda 4:10.
From the morning, early morning, up to 10 o'clock. We have to lock the tap.
10, 11, 12 nga yele.
10, 11, 12, we open it again.
12 nga sorong.
And we close it again at 12 o'clock.
For 3.
Till 3 o'clock.
Nga yele kotenke.
We open it again.
For 5.
Up to 5.
Nga sorong.
We close it.
For samu.
Till the following day.
O tatale for about 7-8 years. For kabirin nawek nata ye kolbe take over.
That went on for 7 to 8 years. It was after when Nawet came for this water expansion, that was the time when things were eased up.
Mr. Bayo, you were severely beaten.
Mr. Bayo, you take a multi alongo, you tajire ya bagale.
Bagale.
Seriously.
What was the impact of this beating on you and the rest of the people that were in your group, since you were the most, you were the ones that were most beaten by the paramilitary officers?
Muna keta kole akol de me yalongo wala lati kang ay men saboy bima ila mol me yalongo ni idonyol me muranyola tumala men etel keta modi me yalongo yetel tajire ya baga katambi wolde ay mun kole akol de sabima
nte hadisa na mo mandam balo kono.
Well, as for me, up to now, when the pain, when this pain comes back to me, sometimes I'll sit down for 2 days without doing anything because I used to feel it all over my body.
After,
because the time they were beating me, I don't realize it much, but afterwards, I felt everything that they did to me.
Yeah.
It really affected me.
Mr. Dabo, your father was among that group that were severely beaten at the village and also at the PRU headquarters.
Mr. Dabo, ite keta molde me alonko ifama mu keta molde me alonko ya tajireya sato nyin kono jele aning para lo korda baro fana.
How did this incident affect him?
Nying ko nying ya batandi ata batandi nyadi le.
And also if you know the other elders that were also beaten and arrested.
An hanin ka bi fa nin ke ba do ko tangol me yalon ko ye muta andu ye sindi la kile.
Yes, he had difficulties. What he told me was that he developed backache from that. And that really seriously affected him. Because both of us were responsible for fish money and feeding in the compound. If I am not around, I used to send money to him. So when we were both taken away, it really caused a problem inside the compound about food. This is how I became involved in this problem, because he called me to go and buy rice and bring it home because the rice at home was finished. So both of us were involved in this problem, which went on for nearly a month. It really caused a problem at home. This is why my aunt, my father's younger sister, she was the person who was taking care of the family to help them. She's called Makebe. She really helped the families very well. Well, the difficulty I had is that I was wounded on my leg, and when I performed ablution, the water went into the wound. So after performing ablution, the water that used to go into the wound later on swelled up, and I had no medicine which I can apply to the wound. So I had a friend who also was a paramilitary officer. So one day he came to visit me when we were in detention. So he was the person I sent to my workplace to go and inform them that, well, I left my village on my way and I was arrested on the way as far as the incident happened in the village. So they said all villagers are involved. So this is how I was arrested. So I sent him to go to my workplace and give them that information.
Mr. Kamara, another
then that was the time when he explained this thing to our HR human resource officer, Mr. Kamara. He is somebody who decided to consider that for me. Then I didn't get any problems out of that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Apart from the hardships that you faced individually, the rest of the community also equally faced similar hardships because their breadwinners were arrested and detained.
Amunta woto jamaa molu fana lu membe su wol fana li okole akilimole taki katu menu ka baluo si woluma ya wolle mutawonya bitun silam baluo buka bono wol buluka futandi dimbaya lu masu amunta wol fana li okole atakile.
Was that the case, Mr. Samba?
Fole ketaba Mr. Samba?
Ha.
Yes.
Kantung mojama kantung Pakafuta fango.
Because Pakafuta himself,
kabira bota wo detention okono.
When he was released after the detention,
Amankende afafat.
He didn't recover until he died.
Aliketa fanang wole ketala. Amankende afafat.
That's what happened to Aliketa too. He didn't recover until he died.
Sadibu Sedi hanisani alanjurtala asingol abukatama no bakefang.
Sadibu Sedi was also impaired because he cannot even walk nowadays.
How long was it after their release that these two individuals died, Pa Kafuta and Aliketa?
Aliketa ni Pa Kafuta. Ye bula wato meng aning ilasaya tema ay wicheje leta.
Pa Kafuta da amantam bikari sabala. Aliketa fanang amantam bikari worola.
Pa Kafuta, it was around 3 months, and Aliketa also, it was about 6 months before they died.
And what would you attribute to the cause of their death?
Yalon santong kollem.
Well, these people are rural dwellers.
Imang lopitan kulong.
They don't know anything about hospital.
Wala na imam medical certificate soto.
This is why they didn't have medical certificates.
Bari kabiri bota wo detention okono.
But from the day they were released from detention, they were only lying on their beds until they died.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samba.
Inumbarabake, Mr. Samba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dabo.
Inumbarabake, Mr. Dabo.
And thank you very much, Mr. Bayo.
Mr. Bayo, ifanang inumbarabake.
Thank you for answering all of my questions.
Nimbara alienna nyininkaru lube jabi.
Mr. Chairman, that will be all from me for the witnesses.
Yeah.
I'll hand them over to you now.
Thank you very much, Council, and thank you, Mrs. Bayo, Dabo, and Samba.
Chairman ko Alnumbara Bake, Mr. Bayo, Mr. Dabo, Mr. Samba.
Numbara.
Thank you too.
For years, the people of Jambanjeli endured severe violations of your rights.
Sanji jama komando mol me alon ko be Jambanjeli la nyantol tinyata.
Through massive torture of innocent individuals.
Tajiriya jamal me alon ko wala kita molla je me alon ko man fenke imam ibulu mamma isim mamma.
Collective punishment of the entire community.
Sateo jama mo jama kawol be kata ki kafunyo ma ke tajiriya ka kolya le kan.
Through denial or severe restriction of their access to water.
Kabala ila kula me ya lonko ila nyanto ila mpuruka jisena wasoro kabala ila wala.
Innocent individuals were unlawfully detained and incarcerated.
Modol me ya lonko bulumamma simamma muta yesindidula kilindron.
And all these violations for absolutely nothing.
Nunyi nyanta tinyal be me ya lonko iketa imalla hani dalila kan.
This is not good at all for the country. Commissioners, if you have any questions, please indicate. Commissioner Kinte, you have the floor, please.
Commissioner Kinte, by Ninkala. I extend greetings to all of you and hail all of you. Thank you. I'm sorry for the hardships you encountered because of you need clean water. You were narrating how you were arrested.
Follow alko ye memuta ye bayo nyinenka ko asisiamo tanane tele.
Well, according to Bayo, he said the first arrest were more than 40 people.
Ablay fanandunko asamo birina ataka mayate fananendo le mutanyola.
Ablay also said the following day when he was arrested along with some other people.
Lamin dabo woko yate fananin menu mutamoto fale mo tansaba.
And Lamin also said he was arrested along with people who filled the truck, about 30 people.
Kumata bake nganyunu so koloma kile mbala ngalo mo jeli ya wala muta jambanjeli.
It's very important for us to add all of these together so that we will know how many people exactly were arrested. That's my question.
Okay.
Your question is very important. As for me,
exactly 26 people.
I know that exactly I was arrested along with 26 people.
Rough estimates.
So the others, they just give a rough estimate.
But
what I can remember, if I recall properly,
court I more 81 sile.
The people who went to court will be around 81 people.
And on release I more 7 to 8 sile.
And the ones released were about 7 to 8 people. So the 81 people were the people who were taken to court. 7 were released before going to court. So one can say that 88 people were arrested from Jambanjeli on that occasion. There are still more which we didn't add up. When the guns were fired and the bullets ricocheted and wounded some people who were taken to the hospital, how many people? Those people are 4. Then the count will be now 92 people.
Mosapo victimol be nyin kokono meni ale mantorol sota na muluntanyo nchisifalu jambanjele kono atata fomo tankonondo mofula.
When one can say that the whole amount of people who were involved in this, who suffered, were about 92 people from Jambanjeli. Yes. When you were being released, were you released along with the minors amongst you?
Kabiri be mbulala itata welcome Joshua inata yembe bula truck killing kona nsaita.
Yes, when we were being released, they went to the Joshua prison and they brought along these minors. We were all put on the same truck and we were taken home.
O dinnengol fanambe nyin konto kono le yemen dinna jante fo olbe kontri fayel.
The children, the minors are among the 81 people. It looks like 5 minors were arrested and were released. And 4 sustained wounds after the shots were fired. Yes. That's the whole count among the youth. Yes.
Ebalu mo saba wolu makuyata imantambe kari worola metal baluring amantambe kari worola be fada.
About 3 elderly people.
Mofula.
About 2 elderly people.
Pakafuta aning aliketa.
2 elderly people, Pakafuta and Aliketa, they died.
But onata at least some years kele janna be fa
sanji dan tankele
yes
nyim Pakafuta ninketa ol mamtambe kar worole e fulo be banda
Pakafuta and Aliketa, it was around 6 months when they died.
Abarka bagali haketu.
Thank you very much and I'm sorry.
Baraka bak
yang kay numbara komisana odiko wala bine nyini karo kala.
Thank you, Chairman.
Kay numbara kiaman.
Mr. Samba,
Mr. Samba,
Mr. Dabo,
Mr. Dabo,
and Mr. Bayo.
And Mr. Bayo.
Those who came to remove the borehole.
Menu nada pur kanani borehole ni wutu.
What was the reason for them to remove it.
Muna mudali loti. Me ya sabu puru nyini na kanyi boholo nyi wutu.
Ye mingfo kabiri nata meeting oto.
What they said when they came to the meeting was that there were others who were in need of a borehole. This is why we told them that as far as there was an old borehole which we were using, leave that old borehole for us here. Then the new one that you installed, dismantle that and take it away. This is what created the problem.
We're absolutely sorry. It's because of water, which is very important. The livelihood of every human being. That you had to be denied that commodity. We're absolutely sorry for what had happened to the whole village.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Imam Diallo, you have the floor, please.
Witnesses, this question is for any one of you.
Can
you tell the commission what happened to the borehole that was supposed to be removed? Was it removed or not?
It was removed. After our arrest, they came back and dismantled it and took it away. Up to now, it has not been returned.
Thank you very much. Alamusol meltata sifo famto en njame ya jame benta dame toje ye forcé dum bankata do ko wala sifo famto bam fo wol lafital non ka ya jame je and inata sifo famina nyoje wolato kala mantoro fay.
The villagers, your female villagers who went to meet Yaya Jammeh at the C4 farm, were they forced to go there or to go and work on his farm, or they just went there to appeal to him?
Musolu ko molle ya foyo ko nalmanda ya Jammeh ay talike mal bulala alna ya Jammeh bina C4 farm altaje ali adane.
They said some people came to them and told them that Yaya Jammeh is coming to the C4 farm. You people should form a delegation and go there and appeal to him for your people to be released. This is why they went there.
So imafa lieka fu ye force le eta dokola ala faminto natra oketa wabekela igapene collective punishment.
Amunta imeng afoye ke samba ila ala kunkoto pour kate do kundije kadu ni oketa nu wolem ka jama be ka funyoma ke kulu ka kulur dimindingula mo jama kan.
No, emo for etata danirol.
No, they went there to plead with him.
Thank you very much. If you have any concluding remarks to make, please proceed to do so. We start with you, Mr. Abdullah Samba.
Awala baraka bake al nimbar bitung al fanalu bala kumo kumfala kuma kanglu menu la al lafta menu banke la jang aba fulo la Mr. Samba la bitung al fanal si femfo.
Ala baraka bake.
Thank you very much.
Be nying TRRC tentula.
My thanks to the TRRC.
Kandu nyumu kuleti mingi alonko purkan sambana jangan na satela kole akul sata.
Something like this to bring us here and narrate the ordeal the whole village went through. It looks like that a big load has been taken off our heads. Because me, since I was a young man, I always take a big stance in the village's problem, in the problems of the village. I was involved in many development projects of the village. This is why I was involved in this incident.
la tokuya bondakang.
This is why I want to thank and hail you. You have decided to remove the bad image of our village.
Against TRRC.
But I have one thing against the TRRC.
Welcome for never again.
What we are saying, never again. I don't know whether the way you think about it or see about it and the way I see about and think about it, whether they are the same.
South Africa.
Because something like this happened in South Africa.
Reconcile.
And a truth commission was formed there and reconciled.
Aketa Rwanda.
It happened in Rwanda.
Aketa Burundi.
It happened in Burundi.
Aketa Sierra Leone.
It happened in Sierra Leone.
Aketa Liberia.
It happened in Liberia.
Aketa Gambia.
It happened in the Gambia now.
Ntenga mira reconciliation o alnyanta mira do sotola ale punishment laje pour modul kana mira pour kake.
I think the punishment should be meted out to the people who were found wanting, so that it will be an example for others to not to do it again.
At the end of the day, reconciliation.
And as it goes on like this, at the end of everything, they said, let's reconcile. Later on, people will just say, let's do whatever we want to do, because at the end of the day, we are going to reconcile. Please, I'm sorry if I have offended anybody. And I want to extend my sincerest thanks to my villagers and my family. Because throughout this problem, the whole village became seriously united. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samba.
Mr. Samba.
Just to clarify that our mandate here under the Act establishing the TRRC made it a principal objective of the TRRC to create this impartial record of human rights violations and abuses during the 22 years of the Jammeh rule.
Purunga kibaro kensung meya lonko wolem kibar tilindin seneari ngoti tarikoto meya lonko jaya jammela sanji muanim fula mararo tajire yal nin hadama ya nyanta tinyalu menu keta purunga be kensung ngabuntung.
In order to,
purunyin kamala,
among other things,
kujamale bakono bari wulukono,
to address impunity.
Purun menni ye kuruya luke ferosike kafoko kukana boje kute bolaje purun si kuntu onyato we bai.
So it's not just reconciliation and healing.
Bara manke ko kafo kasai nyo kandoron ne mude kamolu njusolu nyabu amanda woto de.
And recommendations to prevent a repeat of some of these violations.
Ani ya marolu pur kafo ka nyo kanake.
But also, as I said, to address impunity.
Bari fana nyinda bijele puru kuye bo konyin kono melni e tinyarol nin tajire yaluke kuye tamandi ila koluto.
Mr. Lamin Dabo, you have the floor. If you have closing remarks to make, please.
Lamin Dabo ni fanambe kuma fala be la kuma kacha kum fala menna.
Abarka Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
TRRC mol be kondon.
My greetings to the whole commission of the TRRC.
Allah doku kendo mi alba kambanko kam.
The good job you are doing for the country. This, what you are doing, the job you are doing, is something like you are teaching the people for tomorrow. We should try by all means and know what lies behind never again. That just like the abuses that took place in the past will never reoccur again in this country. And let's try and forgive one another. Because if we didn't forgive one another, That there will be no end of fighting. If somebody does something wrong to you, if you cannot forgive, you take revenge on the person. Let's try and forgive one another and now face our country for development. Let's forget about all the advantages and the wrongs that took place and develop our country. My greetings to everybody. Thank you very much.
The burden that was placed on the people of Jambanjeli was not yours alone. Jambanjeli citizens are citizens of the Gambia. It was a burden for all Gambians. And we share your burden. Sir Seku Bayo, you have the floor.
Mr. Bayo Seku, bitung ifaransi la kumakangulu fo.
Assalamu alaikum TRRC.
Greetings to the whole membership of the TRRC.
Balu kondona.
I extend my sincerest greetings to all of you.
Allah doku kendo kam.
The good job you are doing. I used to listen to the TRRC even before I came here today. If you don't close from the work, I don't put my TV off. What happened here? I did not mean for you people, the TRRC. No, people will not know what has really happened. People came to know what happened is because of the TRRC, it's because of you. The job you are doing, you people, you yourselves don't know the extent of it. We, the listeners who listen to you outside, we know the extent of the job you are doing.
Because so many years.
Because this thing happened at Jambanjeli so many years ago. If you tell somebody or some people about our ordeal, they will just take it as a story. If some people see Seku Bayo at TRRC, they will be surprised.
Because
myself, I didn't think that I will come to the TRRC. We thought that people were going to be sent and take our statements and bring those statements to the TRRC. It is because of our village. This is why we encountered so much trouble. It's not our personal problems.
Sate kuole miko sate mol nyinni nyanta kala sate kono wala nyinni kana ke sate kono andu sate be jikrim funding kellela banko be jikrim funding kellela.
It is something that happened to the whole village. Whatever happened there, it is because of the village. Because we hoped on our young people, our hopes were on our young people, likewise the country. And if you want to eliminate those young people who are coming next, this is what was happening in this country. Anybody who wants to grow horns, they will break it out. Whoever wants to become right activists, they will break you. They didn't want anybody to tell the truth. And if you don't tell the truth, you are going to tell lies. And lies will never take us forward, no development. This is why I have a huge respect for TRRC. Because some things were revealed here. Had it not been for the TRRC, nobody will have known those things. Those things will remain in darkness. There was a time when you tell people here that people are being killed, they will ask you, have you witnessed it? And now it is clear that people were killed in this country. And before, people didn't believe that. People said that's not true, it didn't happen. But why? People came to know about what happened here is because of the TRRC. What happened to us? If he didn't come to the TRRC here, people will not know.
And we
were beaten to the extent that we ourselves knew really they have dealt with us. Gambia, we should accept one thing. Let's have a good mind for one another. Don't say that I am more powerful than so and so. I will do whatever I want
Allah
to him.
Allah is there for everybody.
Well, Allah is there for everybody. You can use power on me today.
Next world, in
the next world, I will revenge, and you cannot do anything about it.
We must pass Judgment Day.
And Judgment Day is must pass. Whatever you do in this world,
Judgment Day, iba penalty damfula.
You will face the penalty on Judgment Day. I've never been to mile 2 since when I was born.
Kabrim flada mile 2 nga jeje nyala nko ozubillahi minash shaitanir rajim jam muna molle bijan tenteng.
When I arrived at mile 2, I called the names of Allah, saying that on the whole, human beings were incarcerated in this place like this. And the majority of people at mile 2 were incarcerated on advantages.
Because it is something people
Because among the 80-something people who were locked there, our group, nobody is guilty amongst us.
It will detain 27 days.
You go and detain a group like that for 27 days. We could have died. Anything could have happened to us. The food that they give it to us, if you throw it on this wall, it will remain there. And they want us to eat that kind of food.
That is very dangerous.
Very dangerous for us. Let's forgive one another. Let's not use power on each other. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, all three of you, for your concluding remarks. To endure the violations that you have endured, for just a reason to get your livelihood, water, as Bishop had mentioned.
Dalilo meyo sabu ali lafta ali la balurang la hadamadung la balurang mantambi jiola ko bishop ya fo nyaming
kaw jiota drong ye baluala ye jiota kasel jiomotala, and that way futandi mile 2 wote kutide.
Just like the water that you use to drink to live and the water you use to perform ablution just to get that water, that's what took you to mile 2. That's very wrong.
So thank you very much indeed for your testimonies and for your concluding remarks and for coming to testify before the Commission.
Allah baraka bake, Allah kumakangulu menu, ali kalimulu menu fajanka, Allah kumulu kumfa, Allah baraka bake, ali sonta purkana, Allah sedearo ke TRRC jang, Allah baraka bake, ali olu la kendolu menuta.
Council, are we ready with the next witness at 3 o'clock?
Mr. Chairman, that will be all for today.
That's all for
yes.
Well, thank you very much indeed. We will resume our proceedings tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you all very much. La barka kendeke.
Baraka.